Oh, okay.
Good morning. Time is 8:30, and I will call to order the September 5th, 2025 meeting of the Nevada State Contractors. I am Chair Kent Lane. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with justice and justice for all.
Thank you. Mr. Behar, have the notices been posted?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, notices have been posted to the board's website, Nevada's public notice website, both offices of the Nevada State Contractors Board, and emailed electronically to persons who've expressed interest in being kept informed of the board's meetings.
Mr. Behar, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Lay?
Here.
Member Cabin?
Here.
Member Cowart?
Here.
Member Flores?
Here.
Member Leggett?
Here.
Member Martin?
Here.
Member Polish?
Here.
Please note for the record, we have a quorum. Mr. Behar, would you please read the mission's statement?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The Nevada State Contractors Board is committed to ensuring the integrity and professionalism of the construction industry in Nevada. The NSCB has the responsibility to promote quality construction by Nevada licensed contractors through a regulatory licensing system designed to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public.
Thank you. Mr. Allison, have you reviewed the agenda and does it comply with open meeting law?
Yes, I have reviewed the agenda and it does comply.
Thank you. Mr. Behar, are there any changes to the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, there are no changes to the agenda.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved. Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Before we move on, I'd like to welcome our colleagues from the California Contractors State Board who are joining us by video conference today. Thank you for joining us. This is a meeting that we have held annually for more than a decade and an opportunity for our boards to discuss common goals, issues, and strategies in our pursuit of expanding license opportunity, upholding the integrity of the construction industry, and protecting the health, safety, and welfare of the public. We appreciate your insights and look forward to having a great meeting today. I now turn over the meeting to CSLB Chairman Miguel Galaza to open the meeting in California.
Thank you, Kenneth. Good morning, everyone. It is 8:35 this morning. I call this meeting to order on September 5th, 2025, the California State License Board. I am the Chair, Miguel Galaza, and as already been heard, that is the License Board. It is a joint meeting that we're holding together that we've held for the last 16 years. Thank you, Chairman Lay, and our counterparts on that staff and board for putting this 16th annual meeting together. As we've already done the Pledge of Allegiance this morning, I'm going to believe there should be no absences today, although some of us may need to leave around 9:30. It would be appropriate for Robin.
Joe Galarza. Here. Alan there. Arnie Provost. Here. Joel Barton. Here. Amanda Guile. Here. Diana Love. Here. Jacob Lopez. Here. Michael Mark. Here. Amy Nutt. Here. Steve Pinelli has an excuse of absence. Joseph Preciado. Here. Jim Marion has an excuse of absence. Tom Louise. Here. Harry Tiger. Here. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Robin. Before I turn it back over to Chairman Lay, it should be noted that this meeting is hosted on Teams, Microsoft Teams, where board members are participating in person in Nevada and California. And California members are present here at CSLB's headquarters in Sacramento. Members of the public may participate by Teams. If you are participating on Teams, please mute volume until this time you'll be called upon. CSLB staff David Grover, and is the host and moderator over the Teams, and will be assisting us in moderating public participation. We're now turn it over to public comment in California. Here's an opportunity for the public comment on items that are not on today's agenda and for future agenda items requests. The public comment is required at each agenda item, and will be turned over to Chairman Lane for public comment after inviting public comment here in California. So with that, is there anyone in the public that would like to speak on an item that is not on the agenda and or for future consideration in the meeting? Anyone on Teams?
No hands raised.
Very good. Hearing and seeing none, we'll move on to public comments for Nevada.
Thank you, Chair. Now is the time for public comment. The board values public input and welcomes public comment. To allow us enough time to conduct our full schedule of business today, I will be limiting public comment to 3 minutes apiece. There are a few rules that apply. First, Nevada law prohibits board members from discussing any matter brought up during public comment, and we are not allowed to act on any item not on the agenda. Secondly, if you have an application, complaint, or disciplinary charges pending before the board, we ask that you not discuss the details of your case or pending complaint. That is because board members may be the judges in the matter and by law are not permitted to receive evidence or information that is not part of the administrative record in the case. Is anyone present for public comment in Reno?
There is none.
Anybody in Las Vegas? I see none. Are there any comments from the board? Right, not hearing any. Thank you, and I'll turn it back to the California chair.
All right, and thank you, Ray. I'd like to ask my board whether they had any questions and or comments or for future agenda items. Hearing and seeing that action item, and moving forward for the rest of the meeting, we've got a long agenda today, so we will be limiting comments. Although we do appreciate all public comments, those public comments will be limited to 3 minutes so that we can get to our robust schedule today. There are a few other rules that apply. First, California law prohibits board members from discussing any matter brought before the public, and board members are not allowed to act on any items not on the agenda today. Secondly, if you want the board to discuss a topic not on the agenda, you can ask for it to be placed on a future meeting. And finally, any applicant or complaint or disciplinary charge pending before the board, we ask to not discuss these items now or during the future agenda items during the meeting, because us as the board may serve as judges and by law are not permitted to receive evidence and information as part of an administrative record in the case. Members of the public, having seen that we don't have any other items there, we move through and public comment. Are there Chair Lane, when you do public comment, which you already did, and I skipped a page on my presentation, so I apologize. I digress. But now that the meeting begins. So with that, Chair Lane, would you go ahead and make the start the presentation for item C on the agenda?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Our first item on the agenda is an update from the high-speed passenger rail project, which is presented by Tom Roadcamp, civil engineer for Brightline West. Mr. Roadcamp has experience working both as project engineer and as construction team during the Phase 2 expansion of the Florida line connecting West Palm Beach to Orlando, as well as managing several safety enhancement projects. Brightline West project is the latest addition to his portfolio, and we're pleased to have you with us today. Please begin when you're ready.
Good morning, and I'd first like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today and provide a brief update on the Brightline West project. Start with a little background on Brightline. You may have heard of our company before. We recently completed a project in Florida to connect South Florida and Orlando with high quality, higher speed rail. Brightline West project is our second project here to connect Southern California and Las Vegas with true high-speed rail. A couple of the headline facts about the project. So it's a 220-mile corridor from Las Vegas to Rancho Cucamonga, where we'll terminate Southern California. We'll operate all electric trains with zero emissions and zero at-grade crossings in our corridor. We expect to serve at least 8.6 million passengers a year once up in operation, and our trains will operate up to 186 miles an hour, connecting the two cities in about 2 hours. As I mentioned, our project in Florida was our first project. If folks have been to ride in Florida, or if you've not, I would encourage you to do so. It's a really, we reimagined what it means to travel by train in the United States there, I think, and we've received really positive feedback from customers in the industry so far on the system there and what we've been able to achieve. There's a couple key items that have been important to our success there and will be important to our success here as well. One of those is the use of existing transportation corridors. In Florida, we operate primarily along existing freight railroad as well as along an easement we have in a freeway right away. We'll be doing the same thing here. As we connect Las Vegas and Southern California, we'll primarily operate alongside or even in the median of Interstate 15. A little bit of history on the project, excuse me. Las Vegas and Southern California have not been connected by passenger rail since 1997 when Amtrak ceased operation of the Desert Wind. Ever since then, there's been sort of a dream or a goal of connecting the two cities with high-speed rail. Our predecessor company, Desert Express, began the NEPA, the environmental evaluations for the project, which they completed the first round of in 2011. 2018, Brightline became involved in the project as we were wrapping up the first phase of Quorum, and we undertook a major effort to optimize the project for cost and schedule, as well as advance the design, the environmental work, and the financial planning to make the project truly shovel-ready. 2023, it was announced that we had received a Fed-State Partnership Award from the federal government in partnership with the Nevada DOT, and in 2024, we held the groundbreaking for the project, which is underway now. A little bit about the construction. A little bit about the construction of the project itself. So it's split up into several major work packages. We have civil packages, which will be civil design build contractors that are responsible for any highway work associated with the project, as well as preparing the rail guideway itself, structures, grading, drainage, and then systems enabling work that will be used for all of the signal equipment to control the trains. Then there's a track and systems design builder who will install all of the track for the project itself and the systems associated with that, train control, communications, fiber optic, and so on and so forth for our operations. And then finally, there's several vertical packages for construction of the stations and the maintenance of the way facilities. And these civil packages, I should say, are split up geographically, so there'll be a major civil contractor in Nevada and 3 through the California corridor between the state line and Rancho Cucamonga. On the track side, our railroad will be primarily single track with passing sections. So the project, again, is 220 route miles total. We'll have about 180 miles of single track and about 40 miles of double track along the alignment, and those double track sections are located strategically so that trains going in opposite directions can safely pass. It's also set up around the headways we plan to operate. We plan to operate at 60-minute headways, so there'll be an hourly departure in each direction from Las Vegas and from Southern California. That's been a key to our success in Florida. Having frequent operation makes the rail system something folks can really rely on when they come to ride, and we intend to implement the same here. As I mentioned earlier, the trains will be powered electrically by overhead catenary line, which is the standard for high-speed rail in Europe and Asia, and we'll be implementing the same here. We'll have 4 traction power substations to supply this power, primarily from Southern California Edison, and for our maintenance facility in Nevada Energy. And then I'd like to talk briefly about stations as well. So, in Florida, something that's been really exciting is we've developed new station locations in Miami and Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach. We've seen huge re-energization of those neighborhoods that surrounded the stations. Miami, for example, was basically several acres of parking lots when we built the station, and today it's been developed into skyscrapers and mixed-use developments. And we're excited about the potential to re-energize and develop DoD here in Las Vegas as well as Southern California as part of our project too. Our Las Vegas station will be on Las Vegas Boulevard, just south of 215, between Warm Springs and Blue Diamond, and between Las Vegas Boulevard and I-15. And is well positioned, well located for connections to many of the major destinations in Las Vegas that we expect a lot of our passengers will be traveling to and from. We'll also have two what we call inline stations or intermediate stations. One in Victor Valley that'll be a full service station connecting passengers to both Las Vegas and Cucamonga, as well as another inline station at Hesperia that's intended to function more as a commuter station where folks commuting to and from the LA Basin for work each day may be able to board our train in the high desert and ride into the LA Basin in the mornings and evenings. And then finally, as I mentioned, we'll have a major station in Southern California at Rancho Cucamonga. This station is co-located with a Metrolink station, which is a regional rail system for Southern California. And passengers there will be able to connect to Metrolink, to and from Metrolink to get to LA Union Station, San Bernardino, and other locations that are served by Metrolink. We'll also have a large parking facility there for passengers who may otherwise be driving to Las Vegas to be able to park and board our train. And then finally, the train signals I'd like to speak about briefly. So we announced last year that we would be procuring our high-speed train sets from Siemens Mobility. Siemens manufactures their Volaro family of trains, which are used in high-speed rail all over Europe and Asia. I think they've 300 high-speed trains worldwide today, maybe more. Each of our trains is going to be 7 coaches long, so 7 cars, including the front cars, which will be seating as well. We'll be able to seat about 430 passengers per train. And then in times of high demand, when we need to be able to serve more than passengers than that, each hour we can actually couple 2 trains together and carry about 160 passengers at least per train. We'll initially have 10 trains total, and may look to increase that in the future as ridership grows. And then finally, the trains themselves will maintain at a dedicated maintenance facility constructed in Sloan, Nevada, just south of Las Vegas, where the trains will be inspected and serviced overnight, washed and restocked and things like that. That facility will allow us to do both the running repairs as well as heavy maintenance on our trains. And it will serve as a base for track and systems maintenance as well. So as I mentioned, our project is getting underway now. We broke ground last year. We're really excited to connect Southern California and Las Vegas in a few years. Looking forward to seeing you all on board. And I'd like to wrap up and thank the board again for the opportunity to provide an update on our project.
Thank you, Mr. Roadcamp. Are there any questions from either of the boards? I have one. Are you on schedule for your 2028 right now, would you say, or?
That's so the target is there to be complete by end of 2028.
When will we start seeing real construction as we travel down to 15?
You may see some very early work today. So we have a lot of geotechnical boring going on along the alignment to finish up certain pieces of design. And then there's early work underway at Las Vegas station site as well right now. And some preliminary work along the 15 in Nevada in the area of Sloan Road and just to the south, getting water and other, critical works for the project underway. But
any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Glad to have that update. Appreciate you coming in.
No problem.
Okay, I'll turn it over to Chair Lazar.
Very good. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Very robust discussion. Looking forward to seeing all the jobs that raised in both states and Nevada and California. and helping to put California as a leader in this industry, along with Nevada. Any comments from the board you'd like to hear? Seeing none. Any comments from the public, either here, currently, or on Teams?
No comments.
No comments. None in the public. Since there are no comments, then move on to discussion, joint discussion with Nevada State Board. For this, I'm pleased to turn it over to the Nevada Executive Officer, David Nahar, and CSLB's registered and vote, David and David. And to lead this discussion. Thank you. David.
Thank you, Chair Galarza. I'd like to provide an update on like 4 different items. The first would be our license population increase in California. We took a look at how many licensees we had last time we met, June of 2024. And saying we had as of yesterday, and it was interesting that we only had a 1% gain. It's about 624 additional licensees. The good news is that our fund balance has remained fairly robust. We currently have over a 6-month reserve or approximately $50 million in reserve. So that it really attests to keeping our license population steady and also keeping our expenses in check. I wanted to provide an update. I want to provide an update on reciprocity. In California, we have reciprocity agreements with Arizona, Nevada, Louisiana. And I'm really excited that as of last month, we now have a reciprocity agreement with North Carolina. And I think that's very similar to what Nevada has. They may have more agreements, but the reciprocity agreement is really a trade exam waiver. So contractors still must take the law and business exam, but we can waive a trade exam for specified classifications. In looking at the stats a little bit more closely, we discovered that in California, we receive about 8 requests a month. So what happens is if somebody applies for a license in Nevada, California licensee applies for a license in Nevada, Nevada will contact our liaison in our licensing division who will verify their license status. So we know how many of our licensees are seeking licensure elsewhere. We found that in the last 12 months, we had 8 requests a month. I think it's approximately 8 requests a month for around 100 for the year. So we had 100, but that's 100 licensees and others in our California that are seeking. I did that wrong, didn't I?
No, you did. Bills coming in from other states.
We have very few that are coming into California to reword that. So we have about 100 licensees in other states that are asking for reciprocity in California to get a license. On the flip side, we had 2,000 CSLB licensees that sought a license in another state. And Carol's our licensing chief, and her staff took a look at that. And I think through our surveys, we're able to determine that most of our California licensees are not looking to relocate, but perhaps do business in the other state, but it's still pretty lopsided. 100 contractors wanting to come to California to get a license, and 2,000 of our licensees seeking licensure elsewhere. So just something I think to be aware of. In the last year, we have the board of California has also approved waiving the trade exam for licensees that are licensed in another state, have been licensed in good standing for 5 years, and have passed the NASPA Commercial Builders Exam. That's the National Association of State Contractor Licensing Agencies Commercial Builders Exam. The board of California was comfortable with that because our licensed staff, our test development staff played a part in developing that exam. And it was determined to be very similar to the California General Building Exam. Also, for states that have a more minor work license, such as the B2, I think you have a B7 in Nevada. Here we have a B2 that's for more of the residential remodeling, minor type work. were able to waive the trade exam for the B2 license in California. That's pretty much it. Is there anything you want to add to the reciprocity, Carol?
No, just that we are looking forward to maybe developing reciprocity agreements with some of the other states in the country. With contractors, you can go so many places, as those of you who have big businesses know, you can go all over the world. You can do jobs in many, many places. So expanding these opportunities for our licensees would be a great thing.
Thank you. So something else we looked at was the minor work exemption. Last time we met, I think it was $500 in California. Now it's $1,000. However, it does have restrictions. The board wanted to be careful about allowing unlicensed practice for work that may require a building permit. Very concerned about the life safety issues, and also if a contractor is unlicensed, can they obtain workers' compensation insurance? And often, for the most part, they can't unless the work is specifically exempt. An example would be gardening. Are licensed for gardeners, so they might be able to get workers' comp for the trades. The insurance carriers don't want to provide a policy. So in California, the minor work exemption was raised to $1,000 with the restriction that it can't require workers can't be hired, and there can't be a permit requirement. And we looked at, moving on to restitution, there's different numbers here in California, but we wanted to focus on what was actually recovered last year. I know that in Nevada, Human Recovery Fund, you'll update us on. In California, we're very proud of our enforcement restitution efforts. What we look for is opportunities to settle a complaint, obtain restitution, and change the contractor's business practices. Of course, we're very careful that we don't want that to serve as an enabler for the contractor to get additional complaints. And if there's an egregious act, then we will take an administrative action on that case. But for last fiscal year, that would be July through January 1st, that would be July 2024 through July 1st, 2025, the enforcement program recovered $27,888,000 in restitution for consumers. And also, we educate consumers on how they can use the civil courts to obtain a civil judgment and how our board can assist in that collection. We will suspend the license if the judgment is not satisfied. And so last year, during that same time frame, we helped consumers that did have a judgment recover $7,438,000. That's a total of $35,327,000 that was recovered last fiscal year. And just the last thing is, I know that later in this meeting we'll have a more in-depth discussion of solar complaints, but I wanted just to touch on the type of complaints that we're receiving in California. Thought it was real interesting that we ran our numbers as to how many licensed and unlicensed complaints we're receiving. Historically, we received between 20 and 25% of our complaints against unlicensed contractors. But in running the numbers today, that number had dropped down to 19%. So we're seeing consumer filed unlicensed practice cases reduced. We're also seeing a reduction in solar complaints. Again, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later, but we're very pleased that solar complaints have decreased from 220 a month to approximately 180. But what's troubling is that we have an increase in accessory dwelling unit complaints in California. We don't have a specific action code to track them, but we did look at 5 contractors that we have disclosure that we've actually taken action on within the last 18 months. And those 5 contractors were responsible for 462 consumer filed complaints. So this is a real problem. We've had some negative press in California regarding one contractor in particular that closed their doors, leaving, I think it was over 260 consumers with incomplete ADUs after receiving a significant amount of money for each of those projects. So that would conclude the California operational and structure update. So if any questions?
Does Nevada have some of the report?
They do.
Chair Lay, would you go ahead and share your report for California and your board?
Good morning, everybody. This is Dave B. Hart from the Nevada State Contractors Board. I'd like to echo the information that Registrar Folk just provided and now give you a quick update on some of Nevada's latest and greatest information on some of our statistics and things that took place over the last fiscal year for comparison purposes. So currently, I'm proud to say that Nevada has had an increase in our licensure of almost 660 over the last year. We're upwards of almost 19,000 total now, which is a significant trend in the right direction, and we're very proud of that. That's due to the great work that our board does, as well as our licensing staff. Most interestingly, this past legislative session, 3 new licensure types were introduced. One of these in particular you'll hear more about in a further presentation, but real quick, it's a restricted license type that is a new concept for Nevada, and we anticipate a pretty big wave of new licensure coming in behind that. And again, they'll comment on that later on in the joint presentation. So currently our application prices have remained the same. It's $300 to get a license in Nevada. $600 if you want an expedited process. We still have a handyman license that's available, and that's anybody that wants to perform certain work. It's $1,000 or less. Obviously, they can never touch life safety trades. And our new restricted license, again, they'll touch on that. That would never be allowed to touch life safety trades as well. With respect to reciprocity, which Dave spoke about in California, Nevada currently has reciprocity with 12 other states across the country. We coordinate those efforts with NASPA and our partners across the other contractors board throughout the United States. Those currently, real quick, include Alabama, Arizona, California, Connecticut, Florida, Hawaii, Louisiana, New Mexico, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, and West Virginia. I'm proud that we have kind of a very good balance in Nevada of wanting to partner with neighboring states and allow those opportunities for anybody that wants to come in and do work the right way in our state. But we also have some controls in place that don't just allow somebody to come in recklessly and potentially harm our consumers. So I feel our board does a tremendous job of kind of balancing that, and they take those matters very seriously. And I'm happy that we have that partnership, particularly with California, because as both of us know, most of the things we see oftentimes cross our state lines in both the north and southern parts of our states. With respect to solar, there will be a follow-up presentation on solar. We had a new piece of legislation that was introduced this session. That was kind of a follow-up to one from our prior session. Respectively, that was the largest number of complaints that we've received as a board, to the point where we had to take matters a little bit further. We created a solar investigation unit. We also kind of worked with California, and we took an idea that they utilize a solar watch list. Both of those have been extremely effective. It's allowed us to kind of get public outreach at a larger scale to all of those that have been harmed by consumers. We're a very target-rich environment. I say that oftentimes because of our climate and the number of individuals we have here that are kind of vulnerable to high power bills, and these solar companies come in and oftentimes take advantage of that. We worked collaboratively over the last session to kind of work on measures to stop some of the deceptive loans and other things that you'll hear about later. And I'm very proud to say we've seen a trend in the other direction, as California indicated, of solar complaints starting to go backwards. And we're very proud of the work that everybody's done. And again, that's the work of our staff and our board and some of the other stakeholders across the state that we've been fortunate enough to partner with, both prosecutors, members of the public, and everybody else, as well as actually the industry themselves and some of the associations that work with them. With respect to we have a residential recovery fund. It's one of the things we're most proud of in Nevada as well. We afford an opportunity for a single family resident that was harmed by a licensed contractor to be afforded up to $40,000. It's a program we've had for quite some time. It's something we take very seriously. We actually have a recovery fund scheduled later today after some of these meetings. Our staff does a tremendous job of kind of vetting those and making sure that we're doing the right thing for both consumers, while also protecting the interests of anybody else in the future that may potentially get harmed. So we're the fiduciary of that fund. We take that responsibility very seriously. Our board takes that responsibility very seriously, and I feel they do a tremendous job of balancing that. Currently, we have a balance of approximately 17 million, or excuse me, we've awarded approximately $17 million in recovery fund awards to harmed homeowners since the inception of our recovery fund. That's a tremendous thing that we offer as a state, and I'm very proud that our contractors board are the people that are behind that. Some of the other measures, again, that you'll hear about in further presentations, but I also wanted to real quickly just touch on a couple things that we've done as a board in the last year. One of these is something called a language access plan. So what we identified was that a significant percentage of our construction industry comes from a Latin community, and there's oftentimes language barriers with both consumers throughout our state, as well as those that maybe work throughout the industry. What we were successful in doing was obtaining almost $300,000 in grant money that we were able to kind of earmark towards a number of different projects. An example of those are kiosks in each of our lobbies now that offer language access in over 240 languages. For anybody that has an issue, they can walk right into our lobby. They can use a real-time video chat or an online chat, and they can communicate with somebody to make sure that they're able to communicate and get messages across to either file a complaint or get the help that they need with the contractor. Additionally, we've updated our website significantly. I'm very proud of our IT department and everybody else for these upgrades. We're constantly working on improving ourselves and modernizing what we do in Nevada. With respect to that, the final thing I just wanted to briefly touch on is the item that I actually enjoy most, and it's our Commission on Construction Education. I feel it never gets the attention that it deserves. Our board serves to actually help continue the workforce development of the construction industry, and that's one of our primary pillars of what we do here. And I feel that our Commission on Construction Ed is kind of the backbone of that. Those of us that receive a fine in Nevada, some people actually think that that goes into our budget. Quite honestly, it doesn't. It goes into a tremendous Commission on Construction Education Fund, where grants are then awarded to applicants that submit a proposal, and we repurpose that money back into the community. So it's something we're very proud of. It's something that we're pushing out more in the future on our social media, and it's something we look forward to working with other partners and even other states and doing more of in the future. With that being said, that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions if either the Nevada or the California board might have any, and thank you.
Very much.
Thank you, Mr. Any questions?
I have a question. This is Mary Tykert on the California board, and I'm admiring that you have 4 times as many states with reciprocal agreements as we do in California. I think it's tremendous for contractors to be able to go to other states when we're capable of doing things. And also, obviously, want to make sure that we're always protecting the folks we're here to serve. And I'm curious if you've noticed any different outcomes in terms of complaints against contractors who got a reciprocal license versus those who have a baseline native license, or if it's the same or better or worse.
Thank you for that question. That's a great point. We haven't necessarily seen any issues from individuals that have come on board in Nevada from other states. One other thing real quick that I didn't touch on, and I don't want to get too sidetracked. There's actually another bill that was passed this past session with respect to rural housing in our state. And kind of the concern was actually contractors from other states coming in and wanting those opportunities. We've tried to, instead of fight with people, we've tried to actually kind of open the door. But again, similar to what you do in California, we try to make sure we always take a very balanced approach of protecting those that have worked hard to get the licenses that they have in our state throughout the industry, but also keeping that door open for anybody in the future that wants to join our ranks.
It'd be nice to keeping track of that in California. Just
Yeah, we did keep track of it. Actually, we ran those numbers. I don't Mike down the top of his head, but we found that our licenses issued based on a reciprocity exam waiver are far less likely to receive a consumer complaint. It was a very, very small number. Mike, do you recall the number? You probably have to look it up, but we can find that later, but it was much less than our general license population.
Yeah, it was negligible.
I'd love to encourage us to keep looking at other states we can develop reciprocal agreements with, because it's a major service to contractors to spend our time doing the work and not passing exams will be passed in other states if it's able to not have any disadvantageous effect on both.
Absolutely.
Makes sense. So, any more comments from California?
Yeah, like question, I know that Dave mentioned the states that we do have reciprocal. Is that found on the website, the states that are doing this?
Yeah, it's found on the website. Carol Gaggs, our licensing chief, and I'm pretty knowledgeable on it, but why don't you explain what's on the website and how people can go about requesting reciprocity? I think we make it as easy as possible, pretty straightforward.
North Carolina is still being added to the website, but the rest of it is on there. So we actually have a reciprocity page or series of pages on there for people to go in and look and see if I'm coming from Nevada, this is what I need to provide. If I'm coming from Arizona, this is what I need to provide. If I'm coming from another state and have taken that NASPA B exam and passed it, this is what I need to provide you. So it is pretty clear on their website, but also if you're getting confused, if you're not sure what you need to do, you can also use our licensing email to ask questions, and that's licensing@cslb.ca.gov, and say, I'm coming from Virginia, this is what I'd like to do. Can you help me? Tell me what forms I need to fill out.
Speaking from that, I had a friend from Virginia get a license.
Oh, really? That's wonderful.
And over the years, I've had over 10 reciprocal agreements in different states, and Nevada was probably one of the easier ones to do. And so, doing good work there. Is this something we should assign to the license committee?
Yes, that'd be wonderful.
Yes.
Okay. So we can create an agenda item for CBA, that's how we can work. Thanks. On the other topic of another item, which is recovery fund. Nevada spoke about their recovery fund. It's been a minute since we took. Because it's done by a recovery fund. But I thought I'd ask the question.
Yeah, we just probably recall we did have a solar recovery fund that was a general appropriation. The board has considered establishing a recovery fund, over the years. One reason why it hasn't been pursued is because there was a concern about the good contractors having to pay for the damage caused by the problem contractors. Something needs to be taken into consideration. And also, one thing we found is that with the solar recovery fund, we had contractors that took hundreds of thousands of dollars and ended up they didn't get prosecuted because the financial injury was resolved through the recovery fund. It's just something you have to be aware of. If you do set one up, perhaps Nevada is done so that the money can be replaced in the recovery fund. This is something, though, that if you wanted to discuss it further, would probably be assigned to the legislative committee to take a look at it and see where industry stands on paying for additional fee. Might be interesting to hear from Nevada as to what their recovery fund fee is. I think that's an idea. But how much does the licensee pay in? I think it was like $350 every 2 years on a renewal. How does that work?
We do our renewals biannually, and it's approximately $80. And upwards of 400, it kind of depends on the individual. It's based on the monetary limit of our licenses.
Do we have a balance? Do we have a balance in recovery fund?
No, the solar recovery fund was a $5 million one-time appropriation, and it was expended. There is nothing left. I think our average payout was $13,000, and within the $5 million that paid for our staff expenses. I think we brought them in at about $400,000. So we did a fantastic job of tracking everything that was paid out. But that recovery fund no longer exists. We do not have a recovery fund in California. But if you want to explore it, you'd probably assign it to the Ledge Committee. Maybe like even a stakeholder meeting.
Back in goals.
Sure.
Let's create an agenda item for people to consideration. Any other comments before I turn it back over to the CLA?
We're wondering if anyone would like to talk a little bit about workforce development in California. I know that a lot of the trades have workforce development programs.
What specifically are you looking to discuss?
How Gary Nuts, one of our board members in California, has been very active in reaching out to different communities to encourage licensure. I think there's outreach. I think there's, apprenticeship programs that are established that would help individuals to obtain a very solid construction career. I'm just kind of curious what the trades are doing to encourage people to consider a construction career, consider an apprenticeship program.
Well, Michael?
Just go ahead and you go first. Yeah. So with Local 104 and many of the other labor unions are doing outreach with schools. It's one of the first places where we're introducing the trades at younger ages. I think the common idea was reach them in high school. That's actually too late. So we want to be part of that dynamic for the nursing doctors and other the folks who come into the schools with their fitted outfits on and say, hey, we're part of this and this is an opportunity for them to understand. So I think there's been a skewed idea of what it means to have a career in construction, and raising the bar of that respect for the trades is important, and it's not a secondary career option. And we also have to educate parents so that they're communicating those ideas to their children as a viable option for careers. So it's a big effort that let's say we've been undertaking this for many years now, but we're still behind. In respect to just my years in the trade, that it hasn't been something that you've seen as common practice. And so speaking with community colleges, I know that you have people on your staff that are training folks and educating students. And so it's a great effort. We're still we're behind in regards to just the outreach, but it is going in the right direction. So there's a lot of work behind the scenes, and we need to get more folks involved. And CSLB can definitely play a part in that. At minimum, we're just speaking about it right now and just educating people about the opportunities to get connected to someone to say, hey, the trades are a option, and we want people to be more informed.
Everything what Henry said, plus like nationally across the country for the national building trades, there's a program called MC3, multi-core craft curriculum and apprentice readiness program. And one of the key things for everyone that Michael Mark, CSLB board member, one of the key things for anyone who has their own license is you need to have journey person experience, right? And how do you get that experience? It's by going through an apprenticeship program. So a lot of the key owners who are licensed holders have gone through the trades, have learned or has experience with the company. But a lot of for sheet metal trade, a lot of our owners are owner members who have gone through the trades, gone through the tool, and then decided they want to take the opportunity to build their own career path as a company owner. So there are plenty of these programs in California, every county, and there's actually apprentice readiness programs probably in Nevada. But it's key. What's key is throughout the country, via the national building trades, MC3, apprentice readiness programs, it gets individuals who just want to see what's out there, the ability to say, I want to be an iron worker, I want to be an electrician, a plumber, pipe fitter, sheet metal worker, labor, carpenter. Then that individual can choose which apprenticeship program they want to join. So that's very, very key. And there are a lot of programs out there that exist. Just go to the National Building Trades information website.
So, thank you. Mary Tykert, California Board. Two things that I'm working on that are interesting to me that I'd love to share. One is that we're doing a partnership with the California Department of Corrections and NCCT, which is the Northern California Construction Training Center that does a lot of pre-apprenticeship programs as a pre-apprenticeship program, to figure out how do we make this a smoother transition from folks who may have done some work prior to release from incarceration that might be ready to join our workforce. First of all, because we all need an increasingly outstanding pool of workers who haven't aged out of the system, because that's one of the challenges, as we've discussed before. And then two is construction in many categories of construction, not all, but many are a really good second chance career. So if you look at something like the firefighters and the experience they've had with the Ventura Training Center, you see that the recidivism rate for folks who've gone through the program for the firefighters is about 2% versus 70% in the general population. So there's something to be said for folks getting a really excellent career, and there's a lot to be said for us as employers for getting talented people that are ready to do a good day's work for a good day's pay. So we're doing a partnership with BDCR to see how can we set up a smooth transition with folks coming out. We have even done some work while they were incarcerated, may actually have a smooth transition. And then two is just want to underline some good work that the Department of Industrial Relations is doing on women in construction, which I appreciate. You know, this board is the one that's kind of been connected to that, but making sure that women in California have some awareness and access to trades roles. So the DIR has a Women in Construction Advisory Committee and administers a bunch of ERICA grants, which are basically aimed at eliminating barriers such as, for instance, childcare for women actually getting into a construction role. It can be really challenging. So there's a lot of good work going on at the DIR as well as CDCR and trying to find out populations that may not have historically thought of construction as a career they wanted to be a part of. But all of us need everybody to want to consider construction if they are wired for working outside.
Thank you.
It's Jacob here, board member with the Carpenters Union. I know we have 4 different phases for our recruiting, different scopes of manpower out there. So one of our biggest day we have is what we call a combine day. We host these periodically through all our states that we cover, and it depends on the manpower that's needed at the time. So for example, right now, San Diego is a really hot market. We have we got the concept from the NFL, right? Combine day, you bring the best players out there and see what they have, and we all wear, marathon numbers where we invite all the contractors and they see some, a person out there that's hustling. And something that we can't teach is the pep in the step, right? How they walk, how they carry themselves. And contractors bring the superintendents and their teams, and they see a person out there that they really like the way he moves, right? Naturally, doing some of the events that we put out there, real basic stuff, how to hammer, screw off, carry materials. Contractor that day can just pick that person and say, hey, you know what? I really like the way you're moving out there. Why don't you come and see me at my canopy? You have a job on Monday. Right, and it's a big recruiting day. We host it twice a year in Southern California, and we get over 1,200 people at that event. Right, people with some with experience and some with zero experience. Right, so it's a big recruiting day for us. Another avenue that we have is Career Connections, and that's dedicated to just high schools. We have the second largest high school district in the United States, the LAUSD. They have an agreement with us, so what we have been able to provide is curriculum and putting back, the trades back into schools. Not only do we provide the curriculum, but we also provide the instructors, right? These are people that are retired carpenters or field experience, and they teach high school kids. And it's also a good recruiting ground for us, right? Talking to the parents, and these kids. And then at the end of the year in May, we have what we call an open house where we bring the parents, counselors to one of our facilities and our contractors, and we pair them up, right? We say, hey, these kids are graduating in June. They're going to be ready to start a career. They've gone through 4 years of high school career connections curriculum with some type of carpentry work. We try to get these kids jobs, the high school kids. Another one that we have is our Carson recruiting program that is dedicated for underserved community, like people that need second opportunities. Local hire zip codes. That one's really dedicated to putting a lot of females back out of the, in the construction industry. So it's that facility. It's our one-of-a-kind facility that's just dedicated, to recruiting the people that really need that second opportunity. So it's been really successful. We just had a grand opening in last year. We had a lot of politicians, a lot of community leaders, a lot of outreach programs, people from jails and all that. And it turned out to be a great event, and it's really producing, that talent that contractors are looking for. And our last one we have is for contractors are always looking for people who work in the office, right? College, people who know how to manage. So we do have a Cal Poly internship program that we run every summer, right? Where we help contractors find those project managers, those estimators, and we put them through a summer course through us, and they end up going to our international for a graduation ceremony, and they also get to meet our superintendent program, which again puts the two different worlds that we find that superintendents, project managers, and the work sometimes are all working for the same objective of having a successful job, but sometimes the communication, there's a breakdown between those things, and that's important for us. So those are the 4 different, recruiting efforts that we have in trying to ensure that our contractors are successful and, making some progress and meeting deadlines.
I would be remiss to mention that over 15 years ago, the governor made a relationship with the board of supervisors in San Francisco established a groundbreaking program called City Build and worked with the Building Trades Council to make sure that those that were coming into San Francisco to do work in San Francisco were not overwhelmed by let's say outsiders, but the city of San Francisco and their community was not being hired appropriately. And so there were goals established for 30%. And so one of the key things for that was having agreements with all the unions that once we were able to get them to a pre-apprenticeship program, that the union would hire these individuals. And then in furtherance of that, a program called PAPSO, similar to what you're mentioning, was established to bring in people, estimators, accountants, administrative people to learn the office backwards so they can eventually move into the front room and they get credit for local hire participation. So both of those programs are going on almost 20 years. And the last PLA that we did in San Francisco, which might be an interesting point for Brightline. I don't know if there's a PLA in Brightline, but if there is, that workforce, this is a legislative thing that needs to move forward. The PLA, the workforce development, the apprenticeship programs, and we move it forward, we move it that way, and empower each community in which the projects should be built. So ultimately, with California, it's a robust economy, everybody can be lifted up, and everybody will benefit from those programs. So it's starting to, the governor's done it in San Francisco. So, with the right motivation, that's statewide.
If I may, if we partner in Southland City, CSLB, we partnered with City Build the last 15 years and probably have hired over 40 students that have come to that program. I also mentioned a couple others. There's people working together in Sacramento, NSCB, that we partner with as well, and others. There's Cypress Mandela and the Rising Sun of Opportunity in Oakland. All legitimate programs that really have a robust training program and a great partnership with the local contractors, which makes it work. Now, without that partnership, it's just a classroom, and so this with the partnership, it's actually creates a career. And so those are just a few programs that I think are warranted, to do some more investigation and partnership with. There's others that are out there. So there's not a lack of organizations trying to train students to get into the trades. It's more so the lack of opportunity. And so that partnership with contractors is very key. And what happens when those folks get involved, our superintendents get involved in those programs, is they go in there thinking they're kind of given a handout or charity work. But what happens to them is they're transforming themselves in regards to realizing that there are other people that don't look like them who really want a career. They just don't have necessarily the connections that they need to have to make that career occur. And so it's been a great story to see our own folks just recognize that I can find good folks anywhere, and that's the great message.
I think in conclusion on this item, to Dave's point, I've hired a lot of formerly incarcerated individuals, and I'm now facing difficulty getting them in federal because they have records. And it doesn't matter if it's 10 years ago, they're being flagged and they're being eliminated from the
What we found is it's not all types of work for sure. So the folks we are formerly incarcerated work on highways, no problem. And schools and airports usually have different requirements for their own reasons, but there's a lot of construction work that they don't have that with. So that's.
Nevada, do you have something similar to this?
I appreciate all the conversation, but I think we probably ought to get back on the agenda. I think we kind of went down the path, so we could end the comment on that and then go to the item E, if everybody's okay with that. So with that, I would like to open up a discussion with our next item, which is surety bonds. I am pleased to welcome former board member and subject matter expert, Joe Hernandez, to lead the discussion for Nevada. Mr. Hernandez is one of two principals at Branch Hernandez Consulting and Insurance Services, which is responsible for ensuring governmental agencies, education facilities, MME companies, and gaming corporations. His agency provides services related to commercial insurance, employee benefits, and risk management, has been awarded the Diversity Vendor of the Year by the American Gaming Association and MGM Grand International. Welcome, Mr. Hernandez. The floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Thank you. I want to thank the Nevada State Contractors Board as well as the California State Licensing Board for the opportunity to speak today on the subject matter that probably a lot of you, especially in construction, have run across on several occasions, depending on the type of work that you're doing. So first, I'm going to start real simply by saying, what is surety? And think of it like a money-back guarantee. So if you're a developer planning a major construction project, surety is a guarantee that the construction firm will build your building as specified in your contract. And typically, it's required as part of the obligation that's promised, so the surety can help guarantee just about anything that your company can find itself entering into. Next, let's talk a little brief history of surety. Well, first of all, this surety has been going on for centuries. Actually, back in 2750 BC, over 4,000 years ago, they actually found a surety contract written on a tablet. Can you believe that? In this country, surety is used informally for generations. In 1894, Congress passed a law called the HURD Act, requiring a common combined performance and payment bond covering all federally funded projects. Following that, lawmakers also passed a bill in 1935 with the Miller Act. Let's go move on to the types of surety bonds. This is really going to be interesting. So we have several types of bonds. The contract bonds are probably the most common ones that you folks probably are involved in, along with performance bond, payment bonds, completion bonds, and license bonds. We also have off-site bonds, which we currently are working on right now for one of the arenas that's being built, and that primarily covers all the work that's being done around the perimeter, including work on the streets and reconstruction of some of the sidewalks. So that's going on. As you can see, all the bonds are listed here: court bonds, license permit bonds, federal public official bonds. Then we have the miscellaneous type of surety bonds. Environmental bonds, these are kind of interesting because right now there's, as you know, there's a solar plant, I think just a little bit west of Prim. And if I'm in California, may be able to speak to this, but I think that's being decommissioned. So you can buy what's called a decommissioning bond, which basically will guarantee that you're going to be putting any type of energy or solar type of project back to its original condition. Along with that, we have workers' comp bonds, financial guarantee bonds, advanced payment bonds, and transportation bonds. So let's talk a little bit about surety versus insurance and what's the difference. Surety bonds and insurance sound similar and serve somewhat similar functions, or a few key differences between the two, So there's three parties typically: the surety, which is the insurance company, to insure another party; the principal, which is usually the contractor or the person that is required to get the bond, and usually it fills the obligation of the third party, which is the obligee. So that would be typically the person that's hired the contractor to do the work. Now, if the principal fails to meet the responsibilities, the surety compensates the obligee financially and seeks repayment from the principal afterwards. So we talk about surety. So what is insurance? So the difference is an insurance policy is the contract between two parties, the insurer and the policyholder. The contract outlines specific terms of coverage, what's covered by the insurer and what is not. And policyholder will make an initial payment or premium, and in return, the insurer will contractually be obligated to pay for any losses detailed in the policy. So that's the difference between surety and insurance. So what to look for in surety? This is really important because a lot of times people don't realize that both insurance companies and surety companies have financial ratings. It's really important to see whether or not they have good credit ratings, like with AM Best. Also, if they have a good, strong financial strength, so that you know that they're going to be able to fulfill their duties to pay any type of bond payments. Also, the issuer's credit rating, reputation and trust, we use a company called Philadelphia Insurance. So there's companies that you want to make sure have been around for a while, understand bonds, and can take care of your needs. Premiums, the cost of being insured bond is determined by the premium, which is based on the principal's creditworthiness and the risk associated with the bond. High premiums may indicate financial instability. So getting the bond you need. Surety company looks at many factors when underwriting account. It examines the principal's credit rating to see whether or not the principal is an investment grade. Also, you'll be required to fill out applications by the surety company as well as contractors questionnaires. These are very important documents because they want to see your history. They want to know whether or not you'll be able to perform jobs, if you completed the jobs, what your capacity is, what your financial standing is, in order to ensure that you're going to be able to fulfill your obligations of your contract. Pricing and duration of a bond. So the difference between a bond and an insurance policy is when most bonds cannot be canceled. Sometimes when the obligation is completed, they can terminate. But in most cases, the bond is a continuing, product of surety, and the way that the bonds are priced depends on the outcome of your application. So anywhere between 1% to 3% of the amount of the bond. So if you have whatever type of limit bond you need, just consider again based on your financial strength, you're either going to pay 1% of the cost of the amount of the bond, or up to 3% of that. So like I said, bonds are not like insurance, so they cannot be canceled. They're continuous, and they can be exonerated when the project is complete. So that, in a nutshell, really, I know I kind of ran through it a little fast, but that's kind of a down and dirty explanation of bonds and surety. So if anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Any questions from either board members? Okay, thank you. With that, I'll turn the discussion over to California and their subject matter expert.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez, for that presentation. Are there any comments from the board on this presentation of sureties? Great. Seeing none, anybody from the public?
No public comments.
Thank you, sir. With that, as a contractor and one of two in the room, we're intimately aware of surety bonds and the requirements and familiarities with what we need to do to be bondable, as it's called in the industry. But we're going to go ahead and have someone else elaborate a little bit more. And so we're required to provide a bond study and understand that staff has been working with security companies and representatives. And we are fortunate enough to have an executive special project manager, Michael Kaminsky, to discuss with staff research and resident bond requirements. So Mike, so kind of things I can get presentation.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and good morning, Nevada board. So I think we'll deviate slightly from what's on the slides today for the CSLB presentation. We thought we would mention the 5 specific bonds that CSLB has expressed statutory jurisdiction over. Before we get there, Mr. Galarza, thank you for mentioning the bond study that was required by the legislature a few years ago. During 2 sunsets ago, the legislature asked CSLB, hey, is the $15,000 contractor license bond at CSLB, is that bond sufficient for consumers, for consumer protection? You see on the slide here, that is the purpose of our bonding scheme, is consumer protection and workers in the appropriate circumstances. So we hit the ground running. We did some research. We talked to surety companies, and our report, which Chair Galarza mentioned, is on our website under the reports tab. And it did find that the $15,000 bond at the time was insufficient and the bond could be increased. And the amount that was arrived at was $25,000, because at that time, that was sort of the threshold that folks indicated would be where underwriting would be required above that amount, which is not necessarily the purpose of a license bond, an entry-level bond. You don't want to underwrite that product for every applicant. So that report was issued, and the legislature did introduce a bill to increase the license bond to $25,000 effective January 1st, 2023. So with that background, we did hear about some of the other types of bonds in the industry. Again, CSLB will just mention the 5 that we have expressed jurisdiction over. They are the license bond, of course, the qualifier bond, the LLC worker bond, the disciplinary bond, and the blanket and performance bond. I'll just cover these briefly. Of course, the license bond, the $25,000 bond that we were just mentioning, is a condition of licensure for every licensed contractor in California. Without it, you cannot be licensed. Mr. Hernandez mentioned in the last presentation, the cost of these bonds tend to be between 1% and 3% of the penal sum or the amount. So I believe for the $25,000 bond, that will be around between $250 and $750 a year, or about $20 to $60 a month, depending on credit. These are credit products. That is a license bond. So regardless of the other bonds that we talked about today, that bond needs to be on file. The qualifier bond, CSLB has a $25,000 qualifier bond. That is required for basically any licensed qualifier who is not an owner or partner in the licensed business. It ensures that the non-owner, basically employee qualifier of the license, has a little bit of skin in the game as a non-owner. So if you do not have more than 10% ownership of your entity and you're qualifying the license, you're basically an employee of the entity. CSLB will require you to have a $25,000 contractor bond. That amount did go up with the same study that I mentioned earlier. At that time, 2021 or so, it was $12,500. It is now $25,000, so it's equal across the board. The LLC worker bond is unique to the CSLB LLC license entity. So if you are licensed as an LLC, the $100,000 LLC worker bond is required. And it is uniquely and specifically for the benefit of workers who are harmed by an employer's failure to pay wages, benefits, and contributions. And that is, again, unique to the LLC license. I believe there's about 10 to 11,000 licensed LLCs. I'll double check that, I'm not sure. It's around there. Disciplinary bond, required, of course, pretty self-explanatory. If the registrar finds that a licensee needs to be revoked or revoked state, or we call formal probation, if that individual completes their terms and decides to come back to licensure, they will be required to have a disciplinary bond on file. The amount will be between $25,000, the minimum threshold, or up to $250,000. It's going to depend on the facts and circumstances. The number of years that it has to be on file is going to depend on the facts and circumstances. A large part of it is whether the individual or individuals involved had knowledge and participation in the underlying disciplinary acts. And then finally, the blanket performance and payment bond. I'd say this is kind of the one bond in the CSLB list that is not strictly required in any sort of circumstance. It's optional, and it's unique to home improvement. And the way that it's written, it states that the blanket performance and payment bond shall be underwritten for a dollar amount that is sufficient to cover 100% of the home improvement contracts for which the licensee has an obligation. So we're limited solely to the home improvement industry for the blanket performance and payment bond. And depending on your SEC filings, the size of that bond will be between $1 million and $10 million. I believe we have like 12 or 13 of these. 20. It tends to be limited to the larger companies, some of the larger retail storefront type licensed contractors, and it covers every project that they could have going at any time. The benefit for those companies is that they do not have to comply with the down payment and progress payment requirements of the home improvement contract if they have a blanket bond on file. That will be on the CSLB website if they do. And again, all of these are in addition to that minimum requirement license bond, $25,000. So for all of these, except for the license, the blanket performance bond, if the bond fails at any level, whether it's been paid out or it's been canceled or expires, CSLB will suspend the license after a notice period until it's reinstated. And then, of course, with a bond, the contractor will often need to reimburse the surety for any amount that was paid out. Other than that, I think the main difference between the bonds we just went through as required by CSLB statute and the sort of contract bonds that we're hearing about, that you all are aware about in the industry, public works, performance bonds, all of those, the main difference is really that the CSLB bonds tend to cover the acts of the contractor on any given project, are they complying with the contractor's law? Whereas with the contract performance bonds tends to be about that project in specifically, and whether any subs are being paid, and a specific set of promises for one contract versus these bonds that are in place for consumer protection. And I think that's about it for the CSLB jurisdiction over bonds. I'm available for any questions, but I will yield back to the chair or Mr. Foden.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, we had in California, this day, we had a bill that would clarify that ADUs that are on residential property or that they fall under home improvement to restrict the payments. And that bill is now, I think, became a 2-year bill because there's opposition to it. So we reached out to surety companies, and we have a representative from a surety company with us in the audience, to see what would be the cost of obtaining a payment and performance bond for an ADU. My understanding is it would be about 2% of the contract price. That's not that much. I'm curious about Nevada. Are you saying that in residential, contractors are getting payment and performance bonds? Are they getting payment bonds? That's not what was thrown up. If you want to take the money up front, or you want to, you can protect your customer if you have a payment bond, so that if you don't do the work you're being paid for, the bond company would pay out. I know a lot of people that are here in California on our board do a lot of public works where bonding is common. But in Nevada, are you saying bonding being more common, not just a license bond, but bonding specific projects for residential construction?
Mr. Ennis is at the mic and would like to answer that question, I think.
Well, again, it depends on the project. Our company worked on several of the huge construction projects here in town, city center, and some of the other casino projects, and there was a requirement. The other alternative is a program that contractors can purchase that basically insures the subcontractors. It's almost like a bond. It's a subcard policy that can be purchased by the general contractor. And what that product specifically does is to make sure that everybody that's working on the project, first of all, is in a good financial position, because the contractor is then taking on the liability for any work that's being performed that may not be completed by those subcontractors. But back to your point, yes, it depends. So we do provide payment performance bonds, bid bonds, completion bonds, and we write those on occasion. But again, it depends on the project and the general contractor's requirement or the owner's requirement. So in some cases, like right now, we're working on a project here in town for a stadium. Again, they're dictating several types of bonds that need to be provided for that project. So as those come and they're required, then people doing the work need to be sure they qualify. So when they're bidding the project, it's very important that the contractor that's bidding the project is able to fulfill their duties and obligations, and they're financially in a position that they can do that. So I don't know if that answers your questions, but that's pretty much my knowledge on that subject.
And on residential, I can answer that. I'm a home builder. And for the most part, residential construction does not require any payment performance bonds. Only bonds we post are for the city municipalities for off-site construction work that's being done, just to ensure that the infrastructure is complete. But we do not require it of our subcontractors.
Now, I just add on the off-site, we're currently working on that. The city or the county will a lot of times require that, and they will tell you what the limit is based on your project.
Not a lot of times, all the time.
Alan Guy from California. Question, California, we just have one bond amount, 25,000. I know Nevada has different license thresholds, right? The size of a project, the contractor is. Does your license bond kind of change with that, or how does that work?
Ms. Walsh is gonna give us the answer on that.
Thank you. Our surety bonds here in Nevada are based on the licensed monetary limit that the contractor would be applying for. So if they're asking for a $10,000 limit, the bond would be about $2,000. But the bonds can go all the way up to $50,000 on a general standpoint with reviewing financial responsibility. But the board also does have the discretion to require a higher surety limit if they deem necessary.
So the maximum is 50,000 then? unless the board, the standard maximum is 50,000 in Nevada for the large license type, unless the board decides otherwise. Is that
Yes,
correct?
Would it make sense for California to maybe under the legislative committee exit from the state? That we can work with the legislators to fine-tune this 80-year and any prejudice that might be coming from the industry. In furtherance of it's really intentional. All right. Any other comments from the public or the board? Hearing and seeing none in California. None. All right. That we go and turn it back over to Chair Lay for the next agenda item.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item F regarding legislation and classification changes to remove barriers to licensees. Licensure, I would like to turn over this to board member Boyd Martin, who will lead the discussion in Nevada concerning our new B7 license classification and the recent addition of the Nevada restricted license opportunity. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Chair Lay and Chair Galazza. And thank you to the California board for joining with us this morning. This B7 license class has been, it's interesting that we're talking about this because this started, I think it was four years ago in a joint meeting. We heard a presentation on California's B2 license, and board member Coward and I afterwards had a conversation about we need something like that in Nevada to help give an entrance into the, provide an entrance to licensure for the industry. So we actually prepared the B7 license through regulation. It took about 2 years, and we were hoping to hit the ground with a enthusiastic, boom, but more was a thud. And we've had very little participation in that license. So in this last legislative session, when we again had a push from many legislators to increase the handyman limit that we have in Nevada from 1,000 to upwards of 7,500, and not including material, we felt like we really needed to figure this out. We used the B7 license as a vehicle to do that and created a restricted category under that license. Because in Nevada, we recognize that there's no shortage of small residential projects, and it is difficult for people to find contractors of any size willing to come in and do a bathroom remodel in their home or a kitchen remodel in their home. And so what happens most of the time is there's a lot of skilled people who have the ability to do that, and they do those projects, they take those projects on, but they're not licensed, and it leaves the homeowner exposed, it leaves the contractor exposed for risk of not being covered by any kind of insurance, workers' compensation, or anything else, and not having the ability to claim on our residential recovery fund. Because when a homeowner in our state hires an unlicensed person to do their work, they do not have access to the residential recovery fund. It was interesting that I was preparing for this morning. I was walking my dog in my neighborhood, and one of my neighbors stopped me about how this great non-licensed contractor or person was going to do a remodel for him, and what did I think about that? And I said, man, you asked the wrong person today. But he wanted to know how he could get a permit when he was hiring somebody that wasn't licensed. So it happens all the time. In SB 130, which originally was prepared by one of our state senators as what he introduced as a handyman bill, we were able to work with that senator and many others, including the Latin Chamber of Commerce, to by that legislation. Under that new category, it reduces the barriers to entry. We made it to where they did not have to pass any kind of examination, and we reduced the amount of trade experience that they had to prove to 2 years. But we do require that they take a business class to be able to be eligible for that license. They have to post a $2,000 bond, and the license has a $7,000 limit. That is a substantial bump up from the $1,000 handyman limit that exists in our state and allows them to work and be licensed and create access for the homeowner to the residential recovery fund. It also allows them to have the opportunity after 2 years to pursue and test for the B7 license, because then they will have 4 years of experience and should have sufficient experience to pass that test. We have also revamped that license through subject matter experts to try to make that license test something that somebody with experience in the industry could pass. And we're also working very hard to make that license available in Spanish, which I think is ongoing right now with our testing agency. The definition of the license, just to give you an idea, is improvements on existing detached standalone single-family residents that do not extend more than 3 stories above the ground and 1 story below the ground, and the footprint of the existing enclosed space cannot be increased. So it's essentially allowed this person to go in and work within the space. The other thing that we are doing, we are allowing, most of the time a general contractor has to be involved, has to manage multiple trades. With this particular restricted license, we're allowing that person to be able to, for example, go in and paint a home or do tile in a home. They don't have to have multiple trades to be able to work under the B7 restricted license. We're starting public workshops on this, and hopeful that we'll be able to implement this much sooner than the legislation required. I think the legislation requires that we implement it before January of 27, but we're hopeful that it gets implemented. Actually, my hope is it gets implemented by January of 26. I know Mr. Bihar is working toward that, but that's essentially my presentation on this, and welcome any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Thank you. So comments from either board? Not hearing any, I will now turn it over to California board member Dana Love to provide an overview of their B2 residential remodeling license and efforts to raise minor work exceptions.
I would like to add a couple of, I appreciate the robust discussions and what you're creating there in Nevada. I had two specific questions. First, number one, are you requiring workers' comp with that license? Is that not acceptable? In other words, the mandatory to have workers' comp, is that an issue? And number two,
they're required to have the insurance that any licensee would be required to have, including workers' comp.
Only if they have employees, if it's a sole.
Yeah, if in Nevada, if they're a sole proprietor, they're not required to have workers' comp, but if they have employees, they have to carry workers' comp. And that restricted B7 license is no exception to that.
And as just as a record to be, I think California would be very interested to see what type of violations, if any, come from this license category, to see if they're following the line and actually using this stepping stone to full licensure. So you'll be keeping track of that specific license and see if that's creating a problem. That certainly is a concern here in California of giving a bigger amount to as an exemption. So I'd be interested to see how that dollar value is being affected in Nevada and affecting the public.
We're looking forward to seeing that as well. We actually hope and think that we'll protect the public and give a legal access for many people into being fully licensed. That's our hope.
Thank you. Thank you. So with that, I do want to turn it over to our Handy Person Advisory Board, which is chaired by Joe Martin and Diana Love. And I believe they have a presentation to give. And Diana, would you be so kind?
Thank you, Chair Galazin. I invite you all to consult the slide on the screen for agenda item F2. I am pleased that the opportunity to discuss this agenda item, which is really important to ladies, integral I was present and pleased to support the board's efforts in 2019 through 2020 to develop a residential remodeling license in the wake of the Camp Fire in Northern California. The license was developed for two reasons. One, to address a hole in the marketplace for those with experience in residential construction, performing multiple trades, but who do not qualify for general contractor license or specifically contractor license. And two, develop a pathway for those who have multiple trade experience to assist in wildfire rebuilding efforts. The B2 applies to any contract requiring 3 or more trades on a wood frame residential structure. The trades include a varied but cannot include behind the wall, mechanical, electrical, or plumbing. The B2 does not go as far as the Nevada B2 license in that it still requires 4 years of experience to qualify for, as well as passing both law and trade exams. At the 2024 CSLB Legislative Committee, the idea for a CSLB provisional license in connection with the minor work exemption was proposed, but consumer protection concerns and possible impact on the underground economy weren't raised. I have met with registered folk and requested staff monitor the Nevada license and report back to Joel and me regarding the B7's effectiveness at the end of this fiscal year, June 2026. I am also pleased to mention that CSLB's increase in the minor work exemption from the licensure from $500 to $1,000 approved by the governor last fall. I was personally engaged in bill discussions with the author's office. The author aimed at increasing pathways to licensure for those working on smaller projects. By raising the threshold, a larger scope of work was made lawful and could encourage more applicants to apply for a license after spending some time performing projects under $1,000. As the slide before you states, I am a member of the Handy Person Advisory Committee that was tasked with the objective to try to bridge this gap for licensure for those working on smaller trades. I am pleased to report that there were 1,280 B2 licensees. I encourage the CSLB PAO staff and industry partners to continue to promote the B2 license as a pathway to licensure. I am pleased to be on that advisory committee with Joel Barton. Joel, is there anything you would like to say about this topic?
Thank you, Member Love. It's a pleasure working with you on this. And although I was not present for the development of the B2 license, I do support efforts to make a licensure available that would reduce barriers to licensure for those who perform several minor trades in residential construction, but do not have formal construction and structural experience for the general contractor license or single track background sufficient for a specialty license. I look forward to working with the board staff to identify pathways for those who have gained sufficient experience as a B2 license to apply for a B general contractor license when appropriate. I am also in support for unlicensed individuals lawfully working under the $1,000 threshold to apply for the B2 when they have obtained the 4 years qualifying experience. It is also my understanding that Nevada Board Member Boyd Martin has taken and passed the B2 classification. Does Member Martin want to comment on this?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Is Member Martin available with Nevada Board?
Yes, I am. I didn't hear your question. I'm sorry.
Would you like to comment? You passed the B2 classification. Would you like to comment on it?
My comments were already about B7 license, and explaining ours. So I don't really have any further comment on that unless I'm misunderstanding your question.
Okay, no problem. As for increasing the minor work exemption, my thoughts on this are just to emphasize the importance of ensuring that any work performed within the threshold does not compromise the safety issues, and is not done with employees unless employees are covered by workers' compensation insurance, which is an important issue with us. So back to you, Chair Galarza.
Thank you, Joel and James, and for your work on this committee and for your report. Are there any comments from the board on this specific item?
I have one comment that I would like to address to either Jacob or Mary. When you were talking about the trainings for high school and for people in the industry, and one of you mentioned something about 4 years of doing something. Is there a possibility that that could classify under this B2 in any way for now or the future?
The training that we cover covers also. Yeah, I think we would be able to add it to that regularness.
Thank you.
And correct me, gentlemen in trades, if you do your apprenticeship program through JATC, those are college credits, are they not?
Yes, correct. Depending on
your college credits.
Yeah, and to highlight what Member Love said, yes, that experience in the trades is what the 4 years that I was talking about. And once you have you prove 4 years ensuring person experience for that specific classification, then they need that information to when you're submitting to approve for a license.
Okay. That's helpful.
Thank you. Any comments from the public here or on Teams?
No comments.
Thank you, sir. With that, we'll move on to Agenda G. Agenda G is a discussion regarding Nevada State License Board and California State License Board solar industry updates. On this item, go over to Ms. Mark and for your discussion of this action item.
All right. Thank you, Chair Galarza. We're on item G. Please refer to slide CSLB solar updates, agenda item G. The first item for discussion is solar complaints data. As many in California and Nevada are aware, CSLB has many years of steady increases in solar complaints. Between calendar years 2020 and 2023, solar complaints to CSLB increased 108%. Last year, 2024, was the first calendar year CSLB saw a decrease in solar complaints compared to the prior year since 2019. And although 2025 is not over, CSLB is on track this year to see an 18% decrease in solar complaints from 2025 to 2024. CSLB believes this success can be tracked in part to the establishment of the multiple offender unit, better known as MOU, in the fall of 2023. This unit hit the ground running and by April 2025 has handled 1,359 complaints and filed accusations to revoke 22 licenses. Some of those accusations are still pending, which takes time, but 8 of those licensees have been revoked or placed on formal probation. We also attribute the decrease in solar complaints to a long-standing partnership with other agencies with an interest in consumer protection in the solar industry, such as the Public Utilities Commission, better known as PUC. CSLB has worked with the Public Utilities Commission to develop a solar disclosure document and perform other public outreach. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate CSLB staff for the hard work in protecting consumers in the solar energy. And now back to you, Chair Galarza.
Thank you so much, Board Member Mark, for your report. I want to thank you for giving us that report and seeing that the significant progress that's happening on the enforcement side, and which is driving down complaints. So well done. We're fortunate enough to have a representative of the California Solar and Storage Association here, Josh Buswell.
Yes.
Josh, would you be so kind to have some comments and speak for us today? So I got you on the spot? Good.
You ready for that? Next time. Yeah, Josh Buzzle, Charco, Deputy Director at CalSA. Appreciate the invitation to be here. And, we've been longtime partners with the CSLB working to resolve solar complaints and make sure certainly our members are educated about all the applicable laws and regulations. So very encouraged to hear the news that complaints are going down, and continue to have an open line to you all if we can assist in any way.
Thank you.
That'll come next.
What's going on with the tax rate, if you don't mind?
I think I'll be talking about that for you.
Okay, you are up now.
Am I up right now? Okay. It's fine.
Keep going on.
No problem. Yeah, so I was asked to come and speak about some of the changes to the investment tax credit. And so I thought, I'll talk about those changes. I thought maybe I could also just clarify how the tax credit works in case you guys have any questions about that, and then I'm happy to take general questions. So the tax credit, the investment tax credit, federal investment tax credit, has been around for a number of years. One thing that's important to know is it's a tax credit. So you all perhaps have seen misleading ads saying the federal government will pay you to go solar. They very likely mean the tax credit, and the federal government doesn't pay you to go solar. They give you a credit, and that credit, of course, is contingent on having what's called tax appetite, right? So it's a credit against your income taxes. If you don't pay income tax, you are unable to claim the tax credit. The tax credit can roll over to future years. So if in 1 year someone didn't make enough money to claim it, it can roll over to future years. But it is, again, a tax credit. It's not like just a check. The other thing that I think is important to know is there is a residential tax credit and there's a commercial tax credit. So residential is under 25D of the tax code, the commercial is under section 4880. And importantly, I think for you all to know also is you're perhaps aware of third-party owned systems. These are PPAs and these are leases. Those are claimed under the commercial tax credit, not the residential tax credit. So there's an entity that owns that system. It's not the homeowner, and that entity who owns the system is able to claim the tax credit. I think the other important thing, just as background, is you claim it on what's called the eligible basis, and this is essentially like the functional solar equipment. So the modules, the inverter, you couldn't claim it like a new roof wouldn't classify right now, or it's debatable whether it would classify, but the equipment that makes the solar energy would. Okay, so there have been some changes to the investment tax credit. So before the recently passed budget reconciliation bill at the federal level passed, both the residential and the commercial investment tax credit were slated to go through the year 2034. And for most of that time, it was 30%. So 30% of essentially the cost of the system you could claim as a tax credit. There are changes to that on the timeline and definitions. One, and I'll get into both of them. On the residential, they claim the definition so that the expenditure needs to be made by December 31st, 2025 to claim the tax credit. On the commercial, it's incredibly complicated, but essentially, if you start construction before December 31st, you're grandfathered in under the old terms. If you start construction before July of next year, you have to comply with what are called foreign entity of concern rules, essentially paying attention to where you're buying equipment. And then if you start, but you still get 4 years. And then if you start construction after July, you'll need to, again, for a commercial system, you'll need to install by December 31st, 2027 and comply with FIAC rules. Okay. And then the other thing I should say is that the commercial energy storage rebate doesn't expire. So that is still through 2034. So what does this mean for you all? So first, on the residential side, I said that the definition is now expenditure made. It used to be, it used to say the system needs to be placed in service. And I'm not a lawyer, CalSA, we're not lawyers, but we always told our members that you should try to get what's called permission to operate, have the system interconnected to the grid to be able to claim the tax credit under that definition of placed in service. Now it says expenditure made. And there is a legal definition for this, which says that an expenditure with respect to an item shall be treated as made when the original installation of the item is completed. So we believe, but again, we're not lawyers, that a customer could very plausibly argue that if the installation is complete before the system has utility approval and is actively producing power, you could claim the investment tax credit. So even though it says expenditure needs to be made, we don't think that means that you can just have a contract signed by December 31st. So what this means, again, for you all is that contractors right now are getting a lot of phone calls because people want to take advantage of the 30% ITC. But unless that system is installed by December 31st, 2025, almost certainly that customer is not going to be able to claim the investment tax credit. The other important thing that, again, going back, I talked about commercial systems and the commercial investment tax credit. So third-party owned systems, again, they operate under the commercial tax credit. So they are still going to be able to take advantage of the tax credit. That means you're going to continue to see PPAs and leases, doing offerings so that they can take advantage of that. And then again, importantly, if you have a third-party owned battery, they can continue to take advantage of the tax credit too. And so we expect to see offerings to customers about this. There was a lot from what we're hearing from our members. Their phones are ringing off the hook. They're busier than perhaps they've ever been. There is going to be a concern. I think there are going to be customers who don't understand the tax implications of the investment tax credit, and someone told them that the government is going to pay them to install solar, and they're going to sign a contract on December 31st, and they're going to think they're going to be able to claim the tax credit, and they're not going to. And that, to the extent that we're certainly making sure our members understand this, but it's important, I think, for you all to understand that as well in case you get complaints about that. And of course, any customer, I'm not a tax attorney, we're not attorneys. People should consult with a tax advisor about this. The other, just a couple other things. There is a lot of uncertainty in the market right now, and a lot of residential contractors are very anxious about 2026 and what that's going to bring. We're hearing a lot of stories about, with all the tariffs, costs going up, people without solar essentially is going to become more expensive by 30% on January 1 for most customers. And so that's going to be hard for a lot of businesses to weather. And I would not be surprised if there are some companies that go out of business, which of course is going to mean orphan systems. Which is horrible. Whenever that happens, we can, CalState is happy to continue to be a resource to you all if you have questions about, how to help these customers. But a few other things to note. One, there are increasingly insurance products that are available that customers can purchase to protect their solar system in case the contractor goes out of business or even the manufacturer goes out of business. So those are increasingly coming online. And then I should also note that even if the contractor goes out of business, the warranty is tied to the equipment. So most modules come with a 20 to 25 year warranty. So long as the module company is not bankrupt, then the warranty stays with that product, even if the contractor is out of business. There may be a cost for like the truck roll that the customer has to pay, but the equipment cost to replace that should be covered. And, we also just really encourage customers to, just use good judgment. I mean, solar, it's a great asset to put on a home, but it's a significant expenditure. And so customers should, use due diligence. If something sounds too good to be true, almost certainly it is. There's a lot of claims out there like you're never going to have to pay a utility bill again, which is almost certainly never the case. And so, good judgment should, is certainly a prudent course of action.
Thanks, Josh. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Any questions I can answer?
We're going to go ahead and bring it over back to Lake for their update on their.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Presenting for the Nevada Board will be Director of Investigations, Louis Quesada.
Good morning. I'd like to thank the Nevada Board and the California Board for allowing me to present here on the NSCB 379, which fills critical gaps in Nevada's solar consumer protection. However, before I get into the details, I would like to touch on some of our stats that we have here, like California did, and it will illustrate once I highlight the aspects of the new bill, how we will address these. For year 24 to 25, calculated we had 212 new cases. The grand majority of these cases, the bulk of the complaints were workmanship, fraudulent or deceitful acts, and misrepresentations, which we'll see are addressed here in the bill. I would also like to address that we've seen in the last 6 months a 15% decrease in new cases. I'd like to attribute that as a direct result of very aggressive public outreach and awareness, collaboration with industry and other law enforcement and regulatory agencies, and of course, enforcement actions. On touching on some of the aspects of SB 379, I'd like to highlight and illustrate some of the things that we see. For consumer financial protections, one of the main things which aligns with another law that we have here is the down payment. It's limited to 10% or no more than $1,000, with the balance due once a permission to operate or a final inspection is acquired. Also nothing that establishes rescission rights, some rescission periods. If you're less than 60 years old, you have 3 days for rescission. We've seen an increase of elderly folks, and in Nevada, if you're 60 years or older, you're considered elderly. Anybody who's 60 years old, a consumer, signs a contract, is awarded 10 days to be able to rescind the contract. If there is a rescission for cause, in other words, the installer must perform an on-site, and there are issues on the that are identified on the on-site, the consumer again will have 3 additional days to be able to rescind and not be committed to paying more money for the system. Another thing that holds the financial entities responsible is for the licensing and bid limit confirmation. A financier must confirm that the installer is licensed and is acting within their bid limit. This did not exist previously. It holds them directly responsible. And the contract is voidable up to 3 years afterwards if this is discovered. Financial companies have to conduct a confirmation call. In this call, which is recorded, all details regarding to the details of the contract have to be recorded, and these recorded conversations must be maintained by the financial company for 5 years. Also under the bill, other regulatory agencies, including the Nevada State Contractors Board, the AG's office, if we were to submit a request for that recording in pursuit of a case, these financial companies have 10 days to provide us those recordings. And those recordings are really a hammer on an investigation. You get a lot, but again, very detailed. Another thing that was new here is physical on-site surveys. Before work is started, installers must conduct a physical on-site survey. Prior to that, they use satellite images, photographs. Of course, they were inaccurate and issues arose afterwards once the actual work started. If there's any substitution of equipment, installers are now compelled, the equipment has to be equal or of superior quality at no additional cost to the consumer. Another big one that we have here that we've seen as issues is the final payment to the installer. The financier may not make the final payment to the installer until they have either permission to operate or final inspection. If the financier does provide the money, they have now assumed responsibility for the operation of that system and any financial responsibility to get it up to par. Prior to this, what we saw is another scheme that was basically a fund and dump, that were consumers were taking out large loans to finance these solar projects. And the installers, in many cases, nefarious ones that were unlicensed and what have you, would immediately disappear, and the consumer was still left with these hefty loans that they had to pay, even though they didn't have an operating facility. Another thing that was addressed too is compensation and for leads and referrals. We've seen a lot of times third parties come. This is the scheme where they knock at the doors and they try to sell you the system. So a lot of control with that, because in that aspect is where we saw a lot of misrepresentation and false promises that were promised to these potential consumers. They have to now. They can only sell their leads. In other words, if the persons who are getting the referrals, they can only sell these leads to a licensed installer. Cannot be to anybody who's not licensed. They have to have disclaimers that this is a commercial solicitation, and they are not affiliated with any government agency or electric company, either orally or written. Again, we saw misrepresentations. They wore uniforms that were close to, let's say, the power company or anything that kind of resemble a government agency without saying it. Again, misleading folks. So this has been addressed. They may not refer to government or utility incentive or tax credits without a hard copy attached to that contract. Again, trying to limit the misrepresentation and misleading efforts. Another thing that this bill allows, which it now puts the same apart, the Nevada State Contracting Board can conduct, may request background checks on all employees related to solar installation, something that we did not have before, and it's a part how we, once we give license for any other license here, we conduct background investigations and checks. The increased transparency of the lease sale and of these disclosures was critical also. Again, with the misrepresentations, the impact of a system and the effect of a future sale or transferability of the property to, and they have to seek advice from a tax professional. Again, we have promised many things in the past that, oh, this could be transferred or you won't be responsible for. This clears it up. Everything, all the obligations to the transfer and transfer are clear. Quality assurance is another thing that we've seen, and many of the workmanship issues that we've had is that these systems fail. Here they have, there's quality assurance for the first year. It's a guarantee. In the event the system fails to meet the projected production, at that point the installer must take responsibility and the action necessary to put the system up to par and provide a notice to the lessee or the owner of the system of the failure to meet the first year's production prediction. It does also address some consumer obligations, which is important for the legitimate contractor. The customer must fully and accurately disclose any modifications. In other words, if there are any issues with the roof, which tends to be the problem, or any issues that they have to share it with the installer and the solar company prior to work being committed. And I would say that with this bill, it fills critical gaps in the consumer framework by enforcing licensing, comprehensive disclosures, precision of rights, curbing deceptive practices. And now Nevada aligns and in many cases outpaces other states with the consumer protections, financial regulation, and transparency mandates. And with that, I finish my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions from my boards? Okay, with that, as we conclude today's meeting, I'd like to ask again if anyone is present to offer public comment in either Reno or Las Vegas. None. On behalf of the Nevada State Contractors Board and staff, we again wish to thank the members of the California Board for the continued opportunity to connect and discuss related topics across our states. I'd also like to extend our appreciation and time to Mr. Roadcamp and Mr. Hernandez for sharing their experiences and insights on the topics of mutual interest. our boards. I hope you all found this information shared and continue to collaborate in advance with the goals of the agencies. Chair Galvazal, before I turn it over for public comment and adjournment, I would like to request a motion from the Nevada board to adjourn our meeting.
Motion to approve.
Second, is there?
Second.
Motion and second. On that, can I get a vote?
Aye.
Aye. Motion clears. Thank you.
And with that, do we have a California motion to adjourn? Oh, my apologies. Thank you again for this collaboration with the state of Nevada. Looking forward to the 17th annual reunion here in California, and looking forward to more collaboration. Thank you again. And with that, I do make a motion to, we'll have a motion to close the meeting. Thank you. And a second?
Second.
Thank you. With that, no vote required. When that go.
I did the same. Oh, this. Excited.
Call this meeting on September 5th to order. In the meeting of the California Contractors State License Board, I am your chair, and all right. We will like to stand, and we don't need to stand. We've done this. We've done our Pledge of Allegiance already. So with that, I will go ahead and note for the record that Jimmy Rainey, Steve Parnelli, and Mary Tiger have approved absences for today. With that, Robert, would you be so kind as to call the roll?
John Gallardo.
Here.
Alan Guy. Here. Rodney Cobble. Here. Joel Barton. Here. Andrew Gallo.
Here.
Diana Wells.
Here.
Jacob Lopez. Here. Michael Mark.
Here.
Rena.
Here.
Steve absence. Joseph Preciado. Here. Kimberly has an excused absence. Thomas Reeves. Present. Larry Tiger has an excused absence. We have a quorum.
Thank you so much, Bobby. Also joining us today is CSLB staff, David Folks, and the new Chief Deputy Register, Estelle Champion. And who we will introduce in a moment. We have the Chief of Licensing, Carol Gannon, Chief of Enforcement, Steve Rhodes, Chief of Public Affairs, Captain Wright, and Chief of Legislation, Rebecca May. Executive Special Project Manager, Mike Kaminsky, and Executive Office Analyst, Robin Williams, from DCA, represented as Legal Counsel, John Kins. Therefore, before we undergo, I'd like to welcome the first board for our new, welcome the new Deputy Register, Elaine. Elaine has a very impressive work record in history and involves 9 years of active duty U.S. Air Force. And Estelle, thank you for your service and experience working in the intelligence community, counterterrorism operations, and as a trainer in the Air Force Officer of Intelligence course under the Air Education and Training Command. She has several years of state service, including legislation within the Department of Consumer Affairs, Public Works, and policy work for the Department of Health, Care and Services, Diamond's Assistant Division Chief for the Department of Human Resources, and most recently as Project Manager for Cal Pension Solutions Information Technology Project. Estelle, welcome, and we're pleased to have you on board. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you for having me. I'm very honored to be here. I'm excited to help with this worthy organization and serving the public.
Thank you so much. With that, we're going to go on and future agenda items. Now would be the time in the public, if there is, before we go on to our normal agenda, if there's anyone in the public who'd like to bring up items that are not on the agenda and or issues for future consideration on the board meeting. Seeing none, public, teams, board members, are there any agenda items that you'd like to bring up for future consideration? Hearing and seeing none, we'll go on and move on to agenda B, which is for public comment, and make sure that moving forward through this meeting, we will limit public comment to 3 minutes so that we can get to the rest of our board meeting. There are a few rules that we want to apply. First, California law prohibits board members from discussing any matters brought during public comment, and board members that are not allowed to act on any items not on today's agenda. Second, if you want the board to discuss a topic not on the agenda, you can ask to have it considered and place that issue on the agenda for future meetings. And lastly, and finally, if you have an application, complaint, disciplinary charge pending before this board, we ask not discuss it or details of your case or pending complaint, because board members may act as judges and are by law not prohibited, not permitted to receive evidence or information that's not part of the legislative record in this case. With that, go on to presentation of certificates of recognition. David? The next item is a presentation for recognition, and it's my privilege to now recognize Robin Williams for a job well done. 3 years ago, Robin began his state career as a student assistant. He looks too old to be a student, by the way. In the executive office, primarily assisting public affairs. Robin was promoted to office technician and his current position as staff service analysis or SSA. In the past 2 years, Robin's duties have been assigned to the board, scheduling board meetings, assisting with pilot multiple offender units for MOU. His work with the MOU has prepared him for other promotion opportunities. Fortunately for Robin, not so much for us, Robin has assumed a promotion in the MOU as an associate government program analysis. He has already started his new position, but gratefully agreed to perform one last roll call function for this meeting. Robin, thank you for your board service and the meeting and preparing it, and for what you've done for us over the last 3 years. And we have a certificate to present to you to make sure that the brother doesn't get it. Just hands here. But with that, come on in.
Different angles.
Hi.
Right here.
Perfect. All right, Robin.
Now, so forgive me for reading it. It's not probably each. I want to say that you guys make me nervous. As I said, I've been doing a pretty role with enforcement. I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to the board members and executive team and public affairs staff for their integral contributions to my professional journey. Beginning as a student assistant, I could not have anticipated the extent of growth I've experienced, both professionally and personally, over the past few years. With your guidance, trust, and collaboration, I've had the opportunity to learn, contribute meaningfully and against the AUK level. This progression has been shaped by the mentorship and support I received along the way. Participating in board meetings provides valuable insight into the complexities of the construction industry and the legislative processes that affect licensees, supervisors, and communities throughout California. That experience has enhanced my understanding of the broader impact of our work and the responsibility it entails. As I transition into enforcement, I carry forward a strong commitment to consumer protection and enduring principle at the core of our mission. That commitment, consistently demonstrated by each of you, will continue to inform me of my approach to the challenges ahead. I'd like to thank each board chairs, Mary, Michael, Diana, and now Miguel, sorry for leaving so soon, for the opportunity to support your leadership and our shared mission. To the CSLB chiefs, Carol, Rebecca, Catherine, Ingrid, Steve, and both IT managers, Raju and Michael, thank you for your confidence in my contributions. Our DCA legal, John Ken, it has been an honor to serve all of you. A special acknowledgement to Heather, Amber, Dave, Mike Janetsky, and Stacy. Your insight and generosity have played a distinct role in shaping my experience. I am grateful for the opportunity to have worked alongside you. Thank you all for your belief in my potential and for helping me develop a meaningful presence in public service. This chapter will be a point of pride and reflection as I continue forward.
Besides my prepared comments, you know, it's always great to see young men and women that are just moving along in their career. And they're like shooting stars. Get a glimpse of them for a moment, and then just keep moving on. So if you're destined for that, you're destined to do good things in the service of the state of California, we thank you for everything you've done so far, and that you will continue to do it. Thank you. Any board members like to share their thoughts?
Well, congratulations. Looking forward to you continue to advance in your career. But I just want to personally thank you for those short time that I've been on the board. You made it very comfortable and welcoming. So I just want to recognize you. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas.
Yeah, I'd like to say the same. It's been a short, when I joined, you made it very easy for me to navigate through, and also very welcoming. So I appreciate that professionalism that you brought, and wish you well in your next steps.
Thank you.
Yeah.
David, I just wanted to say a few things.
Sorry, Rodney.
Don't quit.
Aside from serving on this board and all your help, helping me get kind of organized and make the meetings, and it's more than that. It's more than just this board and getting to know you as a person, who's, our Thursday night dinners, and just really appreciate all that you've done for the board and myself. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to jump in. Over the past year, Michael Marquez, when I was past chair and working with Robin and David more closely, one thing you could always do is count on Robin. What he said he would do, he would always come through, and that's very, very key. Those qualities of being humble, honest, and hardworking will take you very far, Robin. So keep it up, and look forward to continue working with you.
Thank you.
Robin, congratulations. It was a pleasure working with you. You made things to transition smooth, and your accountability definitely goes a long way. Your attitude, I think, it stands out a lot with me, and I appreciate everything. And Katie, you have some big shoes to fill.
So I just want to say congratulations to Robin, and I just want to note that when Robin became the staff member, was during the tenure when I was chair, and Dave and I helped him to achieve that position. And he always was there for me as the board chair, because as all of us know, as board members, we can be difficult when we want things done and accommodations. And he always made sure that the accommodations that I needed was comfortable and that I was satisfied as the chair. And I think when he goes into this new position, that he will do the same in enforcement for others to make sure that he does the job that CSLB represents. And we represent well out there with consumers and other entities as well. But he has promised that Katie will take care of me. So that's honor. Holding him to that. I know where he works. So again, I just want to say thank you, and it was a privilege and an honor to get to know you and talk with you. And thank you for all the help that you did for all the board members as they have said. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Chair Robin, again, congratulations. I just want to echo my fellow board members' comments that in the short time that I've been on the board, the transition has been seamless. And I think that speaks to your accountability, your professionalism, and your integrity, which all qualities which I know will carry you forward and will continue to carry you forward to this point. So just thank you for your service, and look forward to hearing about the good work that you're doing in your new role too.
Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, just you're all I've ever known. So. State of California, and also your service to our country, and you served honorably. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. I can echo what all the other board members said.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I just want to mention that I've had the pleasure of working with Robin for the last 3 years. I was working very closely together on different assignments. We want to thank you for your willingness to always take on those assignments. And Robin's very smart. He understands that he can develop his skill set by trying new things. And that really, it was beneficial in the creation of the multiple offender unit, played a vital role in establishing that. And then when it was made permanent, he had the knowledge and the background to be very competitive in interviewing. So he's promoted within the executive office. Now he's promoting out to the enforcement. So we want to thank you for that. He mentioned to me one day, though, he said, I have a twin brother, and it was very similar. Now, what you might not know is that Robin attends, I think, every San Francisco 49er game. Doesn't ever miss them. Because I don't know if you'll be able to tell the difference between me and my brother. Well, I immediately could do that because his brother's wearing a Dallas Cowboys shirt. Thank you, Robin, and congratulations. Appreciate all that you've done.
Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it. I have one more request. Board members, as I move on, for Katie's sake, please answer your emails. I know you're busy, you're saving the world one contractor at a time, but it's really helpful when we hear from you guys soon. But I had a really good time. I'm really grateful for all of you, and it's a wonderful experience. I will miss these board meetings. I will not miss the days leading up to them. Thank you for everything. You are all exceptional professionals, and I will carry everything I learned from you on into the next phase. Steve, take care of me, please.
Very good. Thank you, everyone. Hey, there's an opportunity here for the public to chime in. Anybody in the public?
Yeah, we're all, answer Brian.
How about his brother?
Pardon me.
Good brother. Good brother.
Robin is worth his tail. I'll take it to where he's at. And I've been on the phone with him many nights where he questions his position in this place and his ability to get to where he's gotten to. I knew all of you before you knew me, but it's nice to put names to faces. And my brother has been a leader in our family. He's the first to graduate college. And sitting here hearing the things you guys say about it, the shooting star comment is real. Robin is someone in our family who has surpassed every limit, and he's helped me to reach beyond the stars as well. And to hear the things you're just saying about him is very touching, and I love you so much. I'm so proud of you.
The industry. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and move on to agenda item number D, which is executive update, starting with D1, which is a review of the possible approval of the June 13th, 2025 board meeting minutes. The minutes are a summary in the package on page 10 and page 54. If any of the board members have any edits to the meeting minutes or summary, in just that I just mentioned. Hearing and seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the June 13, 2025 board meeting minutes?
Second.
Noted. And a second?
Who's the first motion? Second.
Second. Very good. Are there any comments from the board members? From the public? Hearing and seeing none, Robin, please.
Well, Miguel Galarza.
Yes.
Alan Guy.
Same. Oh, God, oh, right, so say. Yeah.
Ronnie Phillips. Aye. Joel Barton.
Aye.
Amanda Guy. Diana Love.
Aye.
Jacob Lopez.
Abstain, Woodson present.
Michael Moore.
Aye.
Amina.
Aye.
Steve Noy has an excused absence. Joseph Franciano.
Aye.
Jim Lane has an excused absence. Thomas Louise.
Aye.
Harry Tiger has an excused absence. Motion passed.
Thank you, Robin. The next item is on D2, the Licensure report. The first item is under the report is review and discussion and possible action item regarding workman's comp advisory committee stakeholders meeting, which is on page 56 and 57 of the package. And summary of the efforts from the 7th are and an update from the materials to the report. We'll give a second.
Chair Galarza, if I could, right before I get started with those two items, just going to put a real quick update as to the next meetings for the board. We're looking at having 3 meetings in November, and one of the topics will be an update on the strategic plan. will be taking a lead role and looking at the strategic plan and the action items and the implementation plans, make sure we're on track. And then the next board meeting, quarterly board meeting, is tentatively scheduled for December the 11th in San Francisco. Larsa has identified San Francisco as a location because the following day is the Northern California Carpenters proposed publicity. They done last year, but for those board members who might want to go, it provides an opportunity to be in San Francisco the night before. And with that, let's move on to the Workers' Comp Advisory Committee discussion. And the meeting that we had on August the 26th, I think most of you probably are aware that the roofing contractors, the roofing classification is required to have a workers' compensation insurance policy to have an active license. And they've had that requirement for more than 10 years. And they believe it benefits their industry overall. However, there is a concern that contractors that do not have, that have a workers' compensation insurance policy are not accurately reporting their payroll. I think most of you are aware that if a contractor doesn't have a policy and they employ someone, that can be charged as a misdemeanor. That's generally investigated by NLFC, the Division of Labor Standards Enforcement, and also CSLB, because we have an exemption that's likely been filed this fall. So if a contractor does not have a policy, we have jurisdiction for that. And that's a administrative violation or misdemeanor. But what about roofing contractors that have obtained a policy from state fund that aren't reporting any payroll? They bought what we call a minimum policy. They cost $5,000. That's a concern of the roofing industry. And so they reached out to me and asked if we could play a part in bringing different groups together to find a solution for it. Made it very clear before scheduling this meeting that CSLB is not authorized or equipped to investigate premium insurance fraud. That's investigated and prosecuted by district attorneys that can obtain a grant, that they're eligible to obtain money for those prosecutions. The Department of Insurance has a grant program of $50 million a year. Department of Insurance also investigates for premium insurance fraud. But we had, I thought, a very interesting meeting. We had invited Employment Development Department to the meeting. Unfortunately, they had a conflict. They did not attend. We also invited Department of Industrial Relations, and they sent me an email after the meeting apologizing that they got pulled into something else right before the meeting that day, so they were not present. Who was present is the Department of Insurance and the State Compensation Insurance Fund. We wanted State Fund to be present because that's where contractors can obtain a minimum policy. That's where they can just purchase a policy and not have to report it. Other insurers, my understanding is they don't issue those types of policies. So initially, for one day, we had on our website a summary of that meeting that include a staff recommendation, and that was an error. We prepared the material for these board packets a couple weeks before the meeting. In some cases, we haven't done, and we have to edit them right before they're completed and remediated. And we didn't catch that that was a mistake. We made a correction on the website right away, and the packets that went out included the correction. But with that, I'd like to ask if our Workers' Comp Advisory Committee members, that's Miguel Galarza and Joel Martin, would like to comment on the meeting and what you think we should do for next steps.
So Joel, if you don't mind.
No, of course not.
So it became really clear in discussing the issue with State Fund. The question was asked how many auditors they had. And so they have about approximately 130 auditors. For everybody that has a policy and states them. That's a lot of policy. There are 5,000 policies in roofing alone, not any other construction industry, just roofing. So if you do the math as an estimator, that's 3 audits a month for each one of those auditors, just in roofing. There's clearly not enough auditors to do that type of work. to do it correctly and to catch the fraud that is clearly going on. Having a policy is minimus. It's actually reporting the hours that's important. And if you're not reporting the hours because you have 1099 employees, that's a huge problem. Not only for workman's comp, but for EDD, tax liabilities, and so forth. So there's a bigger problem that needs to be addressed. And so we clearly want to collaborate with State Fund, with EDD, with Franchise Tax Board, so that we can start to close the gap on what clearly is a workaround on the workman's comp requirements. And I think Noel was here in person. Any thoughts you want to share with what was getting?
Yeah, I just found it most interesting, and I know the rest of the board, and it's going to take a couple of years for all employers to have workers' compensation. I know it's a cost, and that's probably some of the arguments, but I'm not an employer, so I'm speaking from ignorance of not, but it's a cost of doing business. And the interesting part I found out was State Fund, even with a minimal insurance policy, if they had employees that they weren't claiming, they would still cover them if there was an injury. So not only protects the consumer, because, you know, if you're an employer, you're doing a job, you have a non-classified employee on the job, they get hurt, they're going to sue the employer and the homeowner, whomever it is. So it not only protects the employer, and it protects the consumer also. So I just think, you know, again, I don't put out the money or everything, but to me, it's the cost of doing business, everything like the license you have to get, just my opinion. But that was the most interesting part I found, that they would still cover, even if you didn't list an employee. So that's a benefit, I feel.
Yes. Thank you, Gary.
Yeah, one thing that could be really beneficial is to have memorandum of understandings with State Fund and other state agencies, so that we have an agreement as to how we'll make referrals. How could CSLB be of assistance? Well, if it's a roofing contractor that is receiving complaints, we have consumers that have filed the complaint that are generally more than willing to tell us who was working on that roof. And also, if we do an interview with the roofing contractor, you can simply ask them, how many employees do you have? They're generally proud to tell you. And if they've not been reporting any payroll, that really opens the door for premium insurance fraud. We want to look at EDD, because one thing we've found over the years is that contractors are more likely to report their wages or their employee information, EDD, than perhaps their workers' comp carrier. Now, probably about 3 years ago, we had a very effective working relationship with DIR, Apprenticeship Standards, DLSE, and we had MOUs that were in place. Many of them are expired now. The problem is we have an icon that retired on us sitting in the back of the room here, and Eric Root. I don't know if any of you know Eric Root from DIR, but he was instrumental in a lot of those agreements. So if you get a chance, you might want to talk to him. I think he's here, and now that he's retired, he's working for operating engineers, but he was so effective in helping us with MOUs and sharing of information, having agreements on what we were going to do. So I really want to thank you, Eric, for that. Didn't know you would be here today, but it's a welcome surprise.
I appreciate it, and it's so important when we're talking about insurance premium fraud. I'm still attending the Southern California Fraud Investigators Association and what they're doing, and the DAs. And we had DAs, even though it was Southern California, all up and down the state, and they're looking for these type of cases, insurance premium fraud. And when you have workers' comp, like David and everyone said, workers' comp, if you have a policy and you're not reporting, that's a felony. That's not a misdemeanor. Whereas if you don't have a policy, it's just a misdemeanor if they get caught. So this is types of cases that local DAs are looking at. I know the El Dorado District Attorney attended last year's conference in Palm Springs, and we did a lot of prevailing wage enforcement, underpayment of prevailing wages, and what have you. And we had 58 cases in Orange County alone that they had 58 individuals that spent 1 to 3 years in state prison for these types of violations. So anything we can do to help, not with Local 12 down in Southern California with operating engineers, but yeah, no, this is an important topic.
Thank you for that. And since you're part of the public, I encourage the rest of the public. Are there anyone that's out there that would like to speak? Any of our board members have any comments on the discussion? Yes,
Thomas Reese. One of the things that I see in other parts of construction, not just roofing, but is tree trimming as well. So you have landscape companies that do tree trimming that don't properly get the right workers' compensation. So I don't know if that's something that this committee will look at as well or expand upon, but it's a concern of ours. And then, partnership with different compliance groups. There is the state fund willing to partner with some of the compliance groups like the operators compliance, laborers compliance, carpenters compliance. I think that is a big way to generate some more leads. I know that the Orange County DA has taken up and other DAs have taken up some of those cases, but it has to start with the insurer.
Any other comments? I think to your point, down this classification is probably an other issue. You may be doing roofs, but you decide to put it under carpentry work, which is a totally different rate and totally misrepresenting what you're doing in the field. So there are a lot of issues, and so which committee would we work with to potentially work on MOUs with our and renew the ones that have maybe expired?
Well, Rebecca is okay with that. I think we do it out of exec and we could do it with Ledge. I think she would be very helpful.
Very good. I think to add to your plate. But that may also require
drum session, aren't they?
Yeah, almost.
That might also maybe require a subcommittee.
Well, I think the workers' comp would be a good place to keep it right now.
Yeah. That's me and you, Joe.
There we go.
All right. Hearing and seeing no other comments on this item, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next item, which is
Absolutely. Yeah, just this is a quick wildfire update. As I've reported in the past, our goal is to not receive consumer complaints. We don't want the wildfire survivors to be harmed in their rebuilding efforts. We had in Duke County and Paradise, kind of serving as an example of something we don't want to repeat. In Paradise, we received over 390 consumer complaints, and that's really problematic. Our SWIFT unit's been very effective during the debris removal. They were very active in the area. I attend a weekly meeting with the LA County Public Works Rebuild Committee. It's actually the Rebuilding and Long-Term Recovery Task Force is what I attend. And it's been very helpful because I'm able to find out what their concerns are. Well, late June, there was a lot of unrest in Los Angeles County because of immigration issues. And at that time, they asked that we stop our proactive enforcement. We could be, I don't know, we don't have any involvement at all with immigration. We don't enforce it. We don't discuss it. We're out there looking for unlicensed and uninsured contractors. That's what we're doing. However, they thought that it would be a good idea to take a break from our enforcement efforts. Now, at that time, we had only identified 3 unlicensed contractors doing debris removal, or they weren't doing debris removal. They were actually working on projects that hadn't burned. So we found no unlicensed contractors doing the debris removal. Is that correct, Steve? Yeah, so that was a tremendous success. Well, fast forward to, I think it was August the 11th or 12th, we had another meeting, and I asked them, should we consider starting back up with the proactive enforcement? The answer was yes, please do so, because we're getting a lot of complaints about unlicensed individuals out there, and they're not obtaining permits for the work. Now, not really sure what all they're doing. There's most of the debris removal, I think, has been completed. There's a dashboard in your packet. It shows that there were 826 permits for the rebuild applied for. 67 were issued. We have building officials that attend the task force meeting, and they're expediting those permits. But we just want to make sure that the wildfire survivors are hiring somebody that's licensed, that they got workers' comp, and they understand that payment restrictions apply for the rebuild. Even though it's a complete rebuild, you got to comply with the $1,000 down payment restriction, and subsequent payments cannot exceed the value of the work performed. That's absolutely critical. Now, something else that's in your packet that I want to make you aware of is the flyer that was developed. This was developed in conjunction with our enforcement staff, but it also included input from our partners in LA County and the Department of Consumer Affairs. I only want to thank the Monica Vargas, the communications department, the communications folks that work for DCA, that supported DCA leadership in getting this flyer out, because it's real important that when we're out in the area, we have this flyer to hand out. Steve Grove, our enforcement chief, and I met with the staff that are performing the proactive enforcement. Just make sure that they're aware of the flyer and that they're going to be survivor friendly, that we're out in the area looking for ways or opportunities to protect these survivors so they're not financially harmed with the rebuild. And I would ask if for board member Alan Guy may want to share some thoughts. I know you've been active in the area as well.
Yeah, I think in terms of that fire, those two fires down there were the biggest and probably most expensive disasters in U.S. history. I think it was, the job is, from what I know, is 99.9% complete right now. So they've cleaned up over 10,000 burnt down homes between the Altadena and Pacific Palisades fire. In all terms, one of the most successful operations the government's ever done in terms of all agencies working together, the federal government, the state government, all the local shareholders to get that thing done in 6 months from that fire started. So it was a great effort. You know, it's the first step in all, and everyone rebuilding their lives. Right? You got to clean up your house before you can rebuild it. So it was a monumental effort on all, you know, all players involved. So it was really cool to see. I would say it was great to see CSLB out. The CSLB enforcement teams were out there very visible, which I think was a big portion of why there was no unlicensed contractors doing the tree removal. So it was great to see teams out there, joint teams off. So it was very successful mission for everybody.
Thank you. And clearly getting the word out and making sure there's awareness on that. Catherine played a big role in making sure that happened. We will definitely, Catherine, want to share some of the highlights on what we accomplished on that.
Maybe with the flyer, we're going to fill a little more in your update, but who helped with the flyer and your staff?
Yeah, so the flyer was created by Natalie Waltmark, who was here earlier helping PowerPoint. And so she created that flyer, like consulting that as a DTA, Open Cal AS, with just different agencies, to make sure we're getting like the main information we want to get out there. And while it's not included in the packet, we also make sure to get translated to Spanish. So that way it'll be a double-sided flyer. So, you know, whoever we're talking to, most people will be able to read the flyer. But then going on the tree removal side, along with our rebuilding after disaster fastbacks, we've made sure to get all those available in multiple languages that are being spoken in those areas. And so we're just continuing to see what resources we can provide online to the communities that have been affected, and just continue to see what outreach assists.
And your team did the placards that were all around the area?
Well, yes. So yes, we made sure to order more of the signs, reminding people of higher licensed contractors to warn against unlicensed activity. And then SWIP's been very about putting them all around both fire areas. And we even heard that we're still seeing our signs out there, even though we put them up months ago. So it's good to see them sustaining for a long period of time.
Thank you. Any board members have any comments?
Question, is the SWIFT team going to be there for the next phase? I know the cleanup aspect sounds like it's complete now. They're going to start rebuilding the homes, right, businesses in the area. Is the SWIFT team still going to be?
They will. They resumed proactive enforcement on August the 25th. I think it was. Yeah, so they're going to be out there still doing the sweep, running the leads, doing what we can. Really got to be careful, because in Paradise, we had a guy that was revoked to 6 years in state prison. He was using somebody else's license, and he caused a tremendous amount of harm to Jay Starling. And we're also, if we find somebody like that Jay Starling, if you've been revoked, you're a repeat offender, you're a predatory unlicensed contractor, the LA District Attorney's Office has asked to do an undercover operation with this. I would remind everyone that contracting without a license and a declared disaster is a felony. So that's also in the works.
I wanted to say something for the benefit of the public. Several of us on the board, we did a tour of Altadena, and it was an experience that it was heart-wrenching and it was touching. I know we saw a lot of that on the television, but to see it in person is very devastating. And I want to thank the board and just to let all of you know that how impactful that is to let us know what we do as a board and what the contractors do and go through in preparation of repairing people's lives, and the expedience of doing that job, as Guy was saying, in a 6-month process is extraordinary because it tears apart. There were a lot of seniors, and I represent seniors, and there are a lot of seniors who lost everything, and it was very heart-wrenching. But to know that we have a very positive impact on someone recovering their lives again is very touching. So I just wanted the public to know how that affects all of us as we saw the devastation firsthand.
Thank you. Any comment? Yes.
This might be for Dave. Is from this experience, is CSLB putting anything permanent in place, learning from this experience as disasters are coming more widespread across the state? I know we now have this flyer, different teams might have been implemented, but is there anything else? Or are there discussions happening along the state in preparation for more to come?
Yeah, I think it'll be covered a little bit more in the public affairs update, but I would just say that it's absolutely critical that we get information to these wildfire survivors as soon as possible, because what happens is they receive the insurance money, and these contractors are aware they have the insurance money, although often they may try to get the insurance money signed over to them, or they're pushed into making a very bad decision. And that's something that we're working with on this task force is laying out the steps that need to be taken to do your rebuild. I'm not trying to take too much time this morning or this afternoon, but what we really want to look at is, one, figuring out the amount of money that you have available for your rebuild. And LA County is expensive. And so we've gotten into what does it cost for an ADU? Some people may not be able to rebuild what they call like to like because they simply don't have the resources for it. But the first thing you got to do is figure out how much money is available to you. Then you can decide what kind of a dwelling you're going to construct. How do you get the plans for it? How do you have a reputable architect? You can get plans sometimes for free if you're doing a factory built or an ADU. We need to make sure consumers are aware of how to obtain those. What's the permit process going to entail? How can you find a reputable contractor? And as part of this task force, we're going to be, I don't want to go into, Catherine's going to get very mad at me if I take her stuff. I'm probably going to stop there, but well, maybe I won't. I just think I think you're going to discuss that. The two of us have been attending another meeting where we're setting up these workshops, but it's really about helping these wildfire survivors, the steps they can take to ensure they're protecting themselves. And if you're looking at hiring a contractor, you need to check references, and that reference check needs to include calling prior customers if they're speaking to them about whether they got the job done on time, on budget. What was the payment schedule like? I'll stop there, Catherine.
Any other board members? Anybody from the public? Teams? No? Okay, with that, we'll move on to the next agenda item, and that will be budget, which is on page 62 of the packet. And please to announce our favorite budget. Our favorite budget. Yes.
Thank you, Board Chair, and good morning, everyone. The budget update begins with the budget summary on page 62. This page provides an overview of the final budget and expenses for last fiscal year. CSLB had an authorized budget of $82.7 million, and we expended $81.9 million, leaving 1% of our budget left. Really tight narrow. In addition to our operating expenses, CSLB incurred $6.3 in mandatory external costs. These are expenses that are outside of our direct control. On the revenue side, CSB collected a whopping $100.6 million for the fiscal year, resulting in a surplus of $12.4 million, which will be deposited into our fund, bringing our reserve total balance now to $52.7 million. On the next page, the first chart details our final budget and expenses for the fiscal year. As noted, we spent 99% of our authorized. The chart below is our revenue performance, and I'm happy to report this was the first year that we collected over $100 million, which is 1.5% increase compared to last fiscal year. If you turn to the next page, the chart included is our fund condition, which projects out to 26-27. The middle column is current year, showing our beginning fund balance at $52.7 million. And we're projected to bring in revenue around $96 million, including external cost at $90 million. This should leave us with a projected reserve of $58 million at the end of this fiscal year, which equates to about 7 months in reserves. On the next page, the chart represents our construction management education account. We have already submitted the necessary documents to the department to request an increase in grant disbursements for this fiscal year. We have requested $225,000 in grant disbursements, which is the same as we submitted for last year, due to the continued growth of the fund. We anticipate the final decision of our request at the December board meeting. Then if you flip the page, you'll see our governor's budget for this fiscal year 25-26. This shows our preliminary budget at $83.3 million with an authorized position count of 431. Please note at the bottom of the chart, the position count includes the 6 new enforcement positions approved through the 2 VCP change proposals. Finally, let me briefly touch on the statistical summaries provided on the next 4 pages. At fiscal year end, we show in almost every category the new applications, from new applications to renewals, an increase. In addition, our licensed population remains stable with a 0.2% increase compared to prior. This concludes the statement. Unless you have questions. Yes.
2 questions. When the budget, California budget was going on, were we asked to cut our budget? Did we cut our budget?
We did. And I think I gave that at the last meeting. It was roughly 1.1 million that we were asked to reduce. That's why you see where we just narrowly came within budget. Because Dave and I and with the divisions, I was able to work out where I could charge things into prior years and kind of maneuver things around. And we were just fiscally responsible on making sure we were going to stay and not cause Dave to have to answer questions that we went over budgets. But no, we did get cut, and we tentatively lost 7.5 positions, but there's something going on with the budget where they haven't reduced it from our authorized position count yet. So that 431 might go down by 7.5, but the governor's not telling us until January. So we can't fill the positions. We have to keep them vacant, I think, for the salary savings, but we won't know till January if we lose them.
Is there anything in our charter that that says we can only have so much reserve? As far as, is it possible to have a year reserve?
So we proposed legislation to increase that to 12 months. So we're good.
It's currently 6 months in statute. And so SB 779, the Adjournment bill, we brought it to the last committee meeting and voted on an amendment to increase the fund reserve. So just give us a little more wiggle room.
Very good. So Stacey, that's why you're one of the favorites here.
When we're not in the red, right?
Well, when I joined the board 6 years ago, we were in a different place.
Yes.
I think we had 1 month's reserve.
Yes.
Maybe.
I think we were even at half a month.
Half a month. so the turnaround has been dramatic. And clearly I didn't play a role in that. But the future board members can thank you that your agenda item is very important. And so, to the point. So thank you again.
Thank you.
For the great work. Any other comments? Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I think I'd like to thank you for, previously reviewing the budget with me. I want to commend you and your staff and they, with the mid-year budget cuts and having to pivot and do what we can to come under budget. I just want to commend you and your staff. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Galarza. Michael Mark, I'm also very pleased on the budget. The reserves from when we first joined now is amazing. So great work. I think one thing that's pretty key is the 6 new enforcement positions. I think that's really key. And then it might be in the admin report, but I did see that our staff open vacancies is lower year over year. So good job, HR. But we got to continue keeping that as low as possible because any increase of open positions actually increase our budget. So we're better off not upticking because what happens is we have less availability for consumer protection. So let's keep up the great work and thank you.
And those BCPs were a tough sell during the deficit year. So, but no, we worked as a team and got success. So thank you.
Any other comments? Any comments from the public?
Just a quick one.
All right.
What is the vacancy rate currently? That's really good.
All right.
There's no vacancy rate.
Hearing and seeing none.
No.
So we'll go ahead and move on to the next agenda item, which is D5, which is information technology update. Oh, yes. Okay. Good job. Let's digress back to page 72 of our packet. Is to announce that the administrative chief, Ingrid Wakowski, is in to present this update. My apologies.
All right, thank you, Board Chair, and good morning, everyone. So like the Board Chair was saying, on page 72, the administration update begins with vacancies. I'm going to repeat again that CSLB averaged 26 vacancies out of the 425 authorized positions during the second quarter of fiscal year 24-25 between July 1st and June 30th, 2025, which is a 6% vacancy rate. The Career Development and Mentoring Program Steering Committee was reinstated and had their first meeting on April 29, 2025. New committee members representing each division gathered to discuss and adopt the CSLB onboarding schedule for new CSLB employees. And on July 11, 2025, CSLB managers and supervisors successfully received training on the new onboarding schedule, which was implemented at CSLB immediately. The CSLB Career Consulting Program, led by Personnel Manager Alexander Christian, developed a performance management training intended for all CSLB managers and supervisors. This training is broken into 3 different phases, with the first phase focusing on the preventative phase of the progressive discipline process. The first phase was presented to enforcement management during their statewide enforcement supervisors meeting on July 15th, and was presented to management and administration, licensing, information technology, and public affairs divisions on August 8, 2025. On August 14, 2025, Personnel Manager Adam Christian developed and presented the best hiring practices. This training is intended for all CSLB managers and supervisors. And in addition to this training, we are also working on creating a supervisor's toolbox, which will be located on the CSLB intranet and only accessible to supervisors and managers. And this will be a resource for supervisors and managers to use, and will include recordings and slide of past trainings, examples of probation reports, performance appraisals, corrective memos, and more. The anticipated completion date of this project is December 2025. Another notable accomplishment, on page 75, the administration update, we provide details on the steps CSLB took to address enforcement unlicensed practice and the collaboration between California State University, Sacramento. This was to conduct a study on this matter and identify staffing requirements. While initially on June 24, a contract was executed between CSLB and CSUS, on August 15, the CSUS Population Research Center notified CSLB that it would be unable to work on the contract. They further confirmed that the Institute for Social Research would be able to take over the project under the same terms of the initial project. And on August 22, CSLB had a meeting with CSUS and Institute for Social Research and ensure a seamless transition. The follow-up steps will be that the Social Research Institute will provide us with an updated contract so we can begin services immediately. And that concludes the administration update. Unless you have any questions.
Thank you. Any comments from the board member?
I'm Chair Garza. I'm very interested in that enforcement staffing requirement study. And I suggest we add that as an enforcement committee topic in the future, because that study is really trying to figure out the enforcement on licensed practice. So just make sure we please add that to a future agenda item.
So future agenda item
for the enforcement there, enforcement committee.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Any comments from the public? None? All right. Thank you so much. Now I can go to B. And B5 is information technology update on page 79. And with that, we have our division chief and please announce the two managers are here to split the update for us. Welcome Raju Shah and Mike Collins, who had the honor and privilege of meeting both of them yesterday, and their stellar staff and all the things they're doing. So with that, Michael and Raju are.
Thank you, Board Chair Garza. On page 78 begins the information technology update. We have provided an update on the progress we're making in the IT division to modernize CSLB systems, secure our IT infrastructure, and improve efficiency. In May 2025, CSLB successfully launched its new Enterprise Document Management System, also known as EDMS, as part of its electronic content management initiative utilizing a platform. The platform is a comprehensive cloud-based enterprise content management system that allows CSLB to securely store, share, manage information, automate its workflows, and collaborate on digital content. EDMS replaces our legacy imaging workflow automation system we used to call IWAS. Since its launch in May of 2025, close to 500,000 documents have been migrated into the system. License division has been able to successfully issue 1,000 plus licenses, and we realized some great efficiencies there. Also, in totality, close to over 25 million documents actually got converted and migrated over from the existing non-searchable image files we used to have on the old IWAS to a fully searchable and readable PDF files, which also increases a lot of efficiency. EDMS will centralize document storage, enable better search and retrievable capabilities, increase staff efficiency, and contribute to long-term cost savings for the board. As the next phase of this, IT staff plans to identify advanced features to further automate current business processes. This also includes the ability to simultaneously capture entire million packets, applications, related documents, and payments, including checks, which can be scanned and deposited electronically. Next, I would like to give you an update on our system upgrades. IT staff are performing to be compliant with maintaining a very secure IT environment. Currently, CSLB utilizes the current supported Windows 10 devices in our network, and we are upgrading and replacing all of those Microsoft Windows 10 devices with Windows 11 Enterprise. This upgrade is necessary due to Microsoft's announcement that support for the current Windows 10 operating system will officially end on October 14, 2025. Pretty sure this applies to everybody here as well, in your offices as well. So that is the timeline I think everybody's trying to meet. We have fully in IT tested the Windows 11 to make sure all our software and applications we run on it is fully compatible, has no issues. And we have done all of that, and we have started deploying those out in phases, both here at headquarters and throughout the remote sites. We do have the plans to be in compliance in advance of the October 14, 2025 deadline. That's the conclusion of my IT update, and I'm going to turn it over to Michael Collins, working on me to provide an update on a couple of his IT projects. Anybody have any questions for me on those two first?
We'll take them back to Michael.
Okay.
Sure.
Morning, Michael Collins. We're continuing the IT update. So homeowner online application, we are making strong progress on the solar online application project, which will make it easier for solar owners to apply for a license online. Recent updates include planning and building. We've finished design planning and are now building the core features to connect this new system with CSLB's current databases. And what's next? Over the next few months, we'll be forming a system design and workflow testing, integration testing with our legacy licensing and enforcement system, and doing that to ensure that everything meets the legal requirements for this project. We're scheduled to launch this streamlined online application process in the first quarter of 2026. Next update is legislative update. Our IT team has been busy working on updates required by recent legislation that includes adjusting our system, making changes to reflect new rules to ensure compliance for the reimbursement of fees for expert investigation costs. This project is on track for full implementation in fall 2025, within the next few weeks. We'll have that rolled out. And this concludes the IT update. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Raju, come up back to the mic. Michael, you stay there as well. Any comments? Yes.
Regarding the application, is it going to be ability for auto signature?
Yes. So the online application will be an interview style application. And if you looked at our application on our website, you'll notice that the first 13 pages are instructions. So we've integrated that into an interview style step progress. Is step them through the application. At the end of that, and once we've collected all the application information, they've uploaded any documents. We don't have the ability to upload documents that they need to provide to us. At the end of that process, they will go through an electronic signature process where they will electronically sign the application, and then they will do an electronic payment. So this will come through completed with signature and payment.
And will it have the auto send some kind of receipt?
Yes, they will get email verification that they completed the submission process. They'll have the ability to download a PDF version of the application for their records. And if they are going through the process as well, I'll note this. They're going through the process and they have the ability to save their progress and come back later. They will receive emails with a link that will take them directly to their last step that they were in, so they can continue. So there will be email communication with the applicant.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Any comments from the public? None? All right. Michael, I do thank you so much for your presentation. And as we have our next action items, and as the prerogative of the chair, I'm going to take something out of order. And we're going to discuss a legislative item involving the Hoover bill. Is that correct? All right. So with that, I'm going to pass the power over to Rebecca. And Joel.
Chair Galarza, I was just going to ask you for approval, so thank you very much. Let's move on to item 21. It'd be Assembly Bill 1341 Hoover. An analysis for this bill can be found in the meeting materials on page 101. AB 1341 was held in the Senate Appropriations Committee and is no longer moving forward. Because this bill is no longer moving, staff is not recommending any action by the board on this item today. AB 1341 provided that unlicensed practice in architecture, landscape architecture, engineering, geological, or geophysics, or land surveying by a licensed contractor is cause for disciplinary action by CSLB. The board voted to support this bill at its June board meeting. After the meeting, CSLB staff were made aware of opposition to the bill by the California State Council of Laborers, citing concerns that the bill may subject their members to enforcement action and would encourage competing contractors to file complaints of unlicensed activity. I understand we have individuals both in support and in opposition to AB 1341 here today to provide feedback about the bill. Though this bill is no longer moving forward, gathering comments from stakeholders will assist staff in analyzing any legislation that's introduced in the future. Before we move to public comment, are there any board member comments on the questions AB 1341? All right, seeing no further comments. Oh, sorry about that.
There is one.
There he
Just
is.
put it down here.
Thomas Reese. So I'm also part of the laborers union. So one of the concerns that my organization at Contractors Associations brought up was that it kind of blurred the lines, the bill blurred the lines of what is construction support of using GPS, GPR, or drones in your construction practices versus what is doing surveying work. And so we have a lot of contractors that currently do work using ground penetrating radar for safety, right? So if you're doing concrete cutting, you use a GPR to check what's in the concrete, what's underneath. And so the way that the bill was written gave us concern about it. And so we offered some amendments to exclude some of that construction support versus surveying. We understand that surveying is surveying and should be done by licensed contractors that do that work. But the way that the bill was written gave us concern. So.
Thank you. Are there any other board member comments? All right, moving on to the general public. Are there any comments from the general public?
Well, good morning, everyone. I think it's still morning, right? So, some of the colleagues that have members of the board. Thank you for your time. I'm Rob Carrion with Special Representative in Brightline Safety for the Operating Engineers Local 3 right here in Northern California. And so I wanted to address the importance of AB 1341 that was closed in appropriations. It was an important bill for the following reasons. It's the type of work being performed with ground penetrating radar, better known as GPR, that can only be done under the direction of a licensed land surveyor. I'll get to it in a second. So the application for GPR, such as using GPS, which is what one of the board members had talked about earlier, and or collecting data for locating fixed works and more for the purposes of survey work that requires a license. The other types of methods using GPR in locating fixed works is also for engineering, construction, and design. It was brought to our attention that it was a jurisdictional issue. The language that was proposed in the bill is 100% not a jurisdictional issue. It's clearly a clarification of the law in regards to survey work.
The employer needs to be properly licensed, such as a licensed land surveyor, in order to legally perform this work, which is basically already noted in the law. The language in the bill would also allow CSLB to enforce the law as it was proposed in the bill, so that the integrity of the survey industry is not diminished by those not properly licensed. This protects the public interest. The bill doesn't address any other applications for the use of GPR. Without the clarification of the law and codifying language, it simply supports and promotes the underground economy, which you're against. That being said, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Are there any more comments from the general public?
Starting to get blind as I'm getting older here. But again, Eric Rood, special representative with Local 12, operating engineers. And what I would say is this bill would protect the public from structural failures, faulty designs, and surveying errors caused by unqualified contractors. And it ensures licensed professionals don't lose work to contractors that are underbidding by cutting corners. This bill would clearly define expectations and boundaries, reducing disputes of LCSB jurisdiction. The fiscal impact is minimal to CSLB. I think CSLB estimated that less than 20 referrals annually, costing about 21,000 statewide or so. But other boards within the consumer agency here, other boards expect negligible costs and possible savings due to fewer cross-agency transfers, and provide CSLB with clearer statutory authority for reducing duplicative investigations. I think the key takeaways with this bill is it's not an expansion. It ensures CSLB can discipline contractors for violations already prohibited under law. This bill improves public safety, professional standards, and enforcement efficiency with minimal fiscal impact. And AB 13481 would strengthen California's long-standing commitment to quality construction and consumer protection. So thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments from the public? Seeing none, back to you, Chair Larson.
Thank you so much, Joel, Bethel, for that timely discussion and update. Thank you, the public, for sharing your thoughts. And with that, we are going to adjourn the meeting for lunch. Be back at 12:30. Meeting adjourns. for swallowing that sandwich. Pretty good. So with that, we're going to restart our meeting here at 12:31. And before we jump into the ledge where we left off, I want to take a moment here to recognize someone who is always behind the story, never in front of the story. So rarely gets the recognition for the work that they do in recognizing and or giving good press for CSLB, the trust. All the good news students from CSLB. So for the last 10, 12, 15 years, Dave Rigger from Indoor Comfort News has been covering CSLB and topics associated with CSLB. And I've been informed that he has decided to go fishing full time, retiring to the sunset. And so his efforts will be missed, but we want to publicly stand up and receive some acknowledgement from our board for all the great work that you've done. Ted, and spend a minute with us to enlighten us on your plans and your last story that you're
doing. Okay, well, actually, I've been covering the board for nearly 40 years. I remember the first registrar I met was John Mahoney. Does that sound familiar to any of you? And went through others up until Dave. Once I can remember, obviously can't remember too well, but now I remember people like Steve, who preceded Dave here, and Lance Barnett, and Jess Wine, I forget his first name, and of course David Phillips, who is kind of an icon in his day. So yeah, I've just been covering for Indoor Comfort News. It's the publication put out by the Institute of Heating and Air Conditioning Industries. It's based in Southern California in Glendale. I've been a freelance writer up here, correspondent for it for many years, and covering mostly these days just the Contractors Board and Energy Commission, cover the Energy Commission's updates to the Energy Code and that sort of thing. So yeah, well, thank you for the recognition. I'd be planning to write about this meeting and the legislative update before the end of the year here. And thank you for all your help over the years, and your predecessors.
And you spell it M-I-G G-A-L-A.
Oh. Thank you.
With that, I turn it over to Joel and Rebecca to carry on with the legislative report.
Thank you, Chair Galazin. I am Joel Barton, Chair of the Legislative Committee. Before we begin discussing bills, I would like to provide a quick update regarding the legislative calendar. The legislature adjourns for the year on Friday, September 12th, meaning all bills must be passed by both houses of the legislature and onto the governor for signature, and they are officially held for the year. At this point in the legislative cycle, there are no more committee hearings being held, and any bill that is still moving forward is now pending the Assembly or Senate floor for a vote by the full legislative body. Bills that were amended in the second house, for example, a Senate bill amended while it was in the Assembly, will return to the House of Origin for concurrence in amendments before moving to the governor's desk. The governor has until October 12th to sign or veto legislation that makes it to his desk. Unless a bill specifically states another implementation date, all bills signed by the governor are effective January 1. The legislature reconvenes in January. Moving on to agenda item E1, board-sponsored legislation. Analysis can be found in the meeting materials starting on page 83. You should also have copies of bills at your station, along with a spreadsheet providing updated bill location and statuses as of this morning. Thank you, Chief May, for distributing those and getting that all together. Let's get started with item 1A, AB 52130. An analysis for this bill can be found in the meeting materials on page 84. I am pleased to announce that AB 521 has been approved by the legislature and is currently pending the governor's signature. AB 521 clarifies that CSLB is not responsible for legal fees on civil claims against the cash deposit filed with CSLB. Staff recommended the board take no action on this bill today. Are there any board members wishing to comment or questions on AB 528? Seeing none, no further board members' comments. Let's take public comment. Are there any members of the public wanting to comment on AB 521? Thank you. Now moving on to item 1B, AB 559 Berman. An analysis for this bill can be found in the meeting materials on page 86. AB 559 would add accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, to the definition of home improvement in contractor state license law and specify that individuals who violate progress payment provisions causing financial harm to their customers are subject to a $10,000 fine and possible license revocation. Unfortunately, AB 559 has been made into a 2-year bill, meaning it is not moving forward until January. Chief May, can you provide a brief update on this?
Thank you, Chair Barton. So this bill received opposition from ADU manufacturer builders concerned about how home improvement down payment restrictions may negatively impact off-site custom builds. CSLB staff has worked closely with the author's office to alleviate the opposition's concerns, but were unable to do so prior to the end of the legislative year. Staff recommend the board take no action today. We will continue to work through the fall with the goal of moving this bill forward in January. And the bonding ideas that we discussed earlier today bring jointly with Nevada may provide the solution that we're looking for.
Thank you, Chief May. Are there any board member comments or questions on AB 559? Is there any public comment on AB 559? All right, thank you. Now moving on to our last board-sponsored bill, item 1D, SB 779, Lecture Lab. Did I skip one? Each stuck together. Not one. That's been a good sandwich. It's a good sandwich. All right. Thank you, Chief May. Now moving on to item 1C, SB 291 Grayson. An analysis for this bill can be found on the meeting materials on page 88. SB 291 is currently pending the Assembly floor. Chief May, can you provide a brief update?
Thank you, Member Barton. The SB 291 increases the penalties for filing a false workers' compensation exemption and reinforces the legislature's prior direction for the board to identify the feasibility of establishing an exemption to workers' comp that employs an evidence-based process for determining eligibility first. This bill does not change the requirement for all licensees to carry workers' comp insurance and the end of the existing exemption to workers' comp by January 1, 2028. Staff recommend the board take no action on this bill today. However, the chair may want to convene the Workers' Compensation Advisory Committee to determine the feasibility of creating an evidence-based exemption to workers' comp requirements.
Thank you, Chief May. Are there any board member comments or questions on SB 291?
That's through the chair, Michael Mark. So I know in the book it states that the $2,000 limit that we were talking about, that was talked about at the last meeting, that was amended out, correct? So how will it work currently? Just any, if it goes in place, everything else would be in, and will be there, and still January 1st, 2028 is the new, and then all like C20, C8, C22, nothing changes in current law until then?
So at January 1, 2028, workers' comp for all goes into place, and the exemption we have now goes away. So this bill does not create a new exemption or extend the existing exemption. Instead, it requests us, and this is building off of what was in the sunset bill from previous year, for the board to report to the legislature on an evidence-based process for determining eligibility of someone to qualify for an exemption. So the legislature would like us to report to them by January 1 of 2027.
And nothing changes for the requirement for workers' comp for C8, C20, C22, C39, D49, and roofing as it stands currently.
Right.
Okay.
The status quo is in place. It does increase penalties for filing a false exemption. So that is a fairly substantive thing.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the public? Thank you. Let's move on to SB 91. Let's do that way. 779. Thank you, Ms. May. Yes, that's for public comment. Yeah, now moving on to our last board-sponsored bill. Item 1D, SB 779, Arch 11. An analysis for this bill can be found in the meeting materials on page 90. SB 779 is currently pending the Assembly floor. SB 779 would establish or increase minimum civil penalties, also known as enforcement fines or citations. The bill also increases CSLB's reserve fund cap from 6 months to 12 months. You may remember approving this amendment at the June board meeting. Staff recommends the board take no action on this bill today. Are there any board member comments or questions on SB 779? Seeing none, any public comment on 779? All right, let's move on to agenda item E2. Other bills relevant to CSLB and the contracting profession. Analysis for these bills can be found in the meeting materials starting on page 93. Because we've already taken positions on these bills and staff are recommending no further action by the board today, we do not need to review each bill unless you would like to discuss or have any questions about any of the bills on the agenda. That being said, there are 3 bills of particular interest that we would like to provide an update on and allow for discussion by the board and the public. That's item 2A, AB 483 Irwin, item 2F, AB 1341 Hoover. We already did Hoover, thank you. Item 2H, SB 456 Ashby. Aside from these 2 bills I just mentioned, are there any bills included in agenda item E2 on pages 93 and 111 in the meeting materials that the board members have questions about or want to discuss? All right, seeing none, is there any public comment on bills on the agenda, not including items 2A, F, and H? Okay, thank you. Let's begin with item 2A, Assembly Bill 483 Irwin. A brief analysis of this bill can be found on page 94 of the materials. The bill is pending the Senate floor. This bill is related to early termination fees and fixed term installment contracts. The board has not previously reviewed or voted on a position for this bill because it was unrelated to CSLB until August 19, when it was amended to include home improvement contracts. Staff raised concerns that the new amendments would cause confusion with residential home improvement contracts and may cause financial harm to a consumer that cancels a home improvement contract due to non-performance by the contractor. Because there was insufficient time for the board to meet and deliberate on AB 483 prior to the end of the legislative year, Chair Galarza and I authorized staff to communicate an opposed unless amended position to the author. I am pleased to let you know the Assembly member staff understood our concerns and the bill has since been amended to exclude home improvement contracts. Because the bill no longer impacts the construction industry or CSLB, I'd like to ask the board to amend its position from opposed unless amended to neutral. Are there any board members' comments or questions on AB 483? Is there any public comment on AB 483? All right, thank you. Then I would like to ask for a vote. Is there a motion to take a neutral position on this bill? Do I have a motion? So moved. And second? Second. Any opposed? All right, thank you, everyone. So now we move on to item 2H.
Any discussion and,
Roll, I'm sorry. Yeah, no opposition.
Yeah.
That's right. All right, would you take the roll, please, Ron? Oh, and repeat the motion and we'll take roll.
The motion is to change the position currently from opposed unless amended to neutral.
Yes.
Made by Chair Gallarza and seconded by Member Coe.
Miguel Gallarza.
Aye.
Alan Guy.
Aye.
Eileen Cooper.
Aye.
Joel Gordon.
Aye.
Amanda Gayo.
Aye.
Diana Love.
Aye.
David Lopez.
Aye.
Michael Moore.
Aye.
Indiana.
Aye.
Steve Pinelli has an excused absence. Joseph Casciano.
Aye.
Jerry Wayne has an excused absence. Thomas Ruiz.
Aye.
Mary Tyson has an excused absence. Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to item 2H, Senate Bill 456 Ashby. An analysis for this bill can be found in the meeting materials on page 105. As you likely remember, this bill would exempt muralists from licensure. SB 456 has been approved by the legislature and is currently pending the governor's signature. Seeking additional clarity on the exemption, the board voted on a neutral if amended position at the June board meeting. Staff subsequently requested author include intent language in the bill to confirm the exemption only exempts muralists from the C33 painting and decorating contractor license. This does not exempt muralists from complying with California business requirements, including workers' comp and permitting, and does not allow muralists to contract or subcontract for any activity for which a license is needed. The author declined the board's amendments because the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades was unopposed. Registrar Folk, can you provide a brief update?
Yeah, I've been in communication with various interested parties, and we have a meeting scheduled for September 25th. We're looking at a Teams meeting so people can participate virtually. If you know of anybody that has an interest in this subject, we would welcome their input. We are looking at, or we have looked at complaints that have been received. I went the extra mile and went to a Dave's Hot Chicken or a chicken sandwich and to see the mural inside of the building itself, which was interesting because actually I did that because one of the stakeholders said, you need to see what's inside of a Dave's Hot Chicken. Well, it really does look like artwork to me. But we have complaints that have tiles included, they have ironwork, and that's not going to be excluded. And so the direction we want to go with as staff here is to make sure everybody understands what the rules are and what would be exempt by this bill. And so that meeting is, I believe it's at 4 o'clock on September 25th. And we'll report back to the board on what the stakeholders, what input they provide, and also what we're planning to do with our complaints. So I think Mike Jaminski's been helpful in trying to identify those complaints. Some of them are being received anonymously, so they're hard to track. But once we've done that, we'll work with public affairs to put together outreach material. We'll let the awarding agencies know that are using muralists as to when they have to be licensed and when they do not. But just our initial read of the bill is that it does exempt artwork that's drawn by hand, but it doesn't exempt other related work that may or may not be included, such as a surface preparation.
Thank you, Registrar Folk. Any comments from the board?
Question. When did you say that the governor has to sign the bill? Sign bill by?
On this?
On anything.
October 12th.
Well,
October 12th. And Dave's meeting is September 25th. So the meeting, if I'm hearing you correctly, is just to let the public know what the rules are. It's not to influence the governor to sign or not sign.
It's not to influence the governor, but the stakeholders will be, well, the ones I've spoken with are generally painting contractors. So these are contractors that have concerns about how the bill may exempt certain work. Sure. There's an uncertainty as to what would be exempted and what wouldn't. Yeah, it's not to lobby the board, I mean, lobby the government or anything else.
Okay.
So, Rebecca, you want to add anything to that?
I think that's, the board took a neutral position, so that's, don't have any plans to lobby the governor.
Yeah, thank you, Board Member Love. I think this is going to be an interesting meeting, I think, and it is an interesting subject. I mean, where does art and contracting, where is that line, right? It's like Michelangelo. Where did that draw? I don't know. It's going to be interesting.
Say 4 p.m. Teams, September 20th.
And that'll be here.
It's via Teams.
Via Teams.
Via
And I
Teams.
think it's at 9 a.m.
Okay, we'll send that out to the board, right? We'll send it out to the board in case they're interested.
Sounded right.
We'll have to, we'll be, confirm exactly what time it is.
Yeah.
but
Okay.
I was wondering if Amanda Guy would want to be part of it. I think you got an interest from your job.
Yeah, I working for local jurisdictions or cities, there was a lot of concern for local agency art programs that do work with muralists who aren't necessarily licensed contractors, but they're contracted or work with to do these various projects across cities that, and there's their eyes for community engagement. So it's like painting on electricity boxes, walls. It's not the actual servicing that we had discussed last meeting. So there is a concern that this bill, if not passed, would not have some of those benefits for communities.
If more than 2 of you are interested, we're gonna have to do a notice meeting. Otherwise, you could appoint maybe a 2-person committee to attend and then report back at the next meeting.
I would like to
Just a problem. Don't look at me, I'm not in charge.
You said
The chair could appoint advisory committee if you so thought. If you have interest in that, then something, you're always perfectly welcome. And so, who's currently on the Maryland committee?
What is this? I don't think you.
I didn't appoint anybody? No.
Now's the time.
That was a good time.
That was a good time. Henry, I know I believe you expressed some interest in my way.
I do, yes.
And
I think it would be the constant conversation.
Yes.
So I'll bring them.
Diane?
Yeah.
Okay, so the 3 of you can collaborate? Oh, just like that corner one? They should appoint that too.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman Galarza. So being that, any comments from the public? Seeing no further board member comments or questions, good public comment. Thank you. This concludes the legislative items today. Back to you, Chairman Galarza.
Thank you so much. So, and with that, we can go ahead and move on to item number F, which is on page 113 of your packet. F is enforcement, and that would be covered by our committee chair, Michael Martin. So, Michael?
All right, moving along. On the really quick legislation. That's great. Okay, moving on. Item F, enforcement. Thank you, Chair Galarza. The first item on the enforcement agenda is the enforcement program's statistical update, which begins on page 115 of your packet. It includes information. However, at this time, I will request Enforcement Chief Steve Rowe to provide the highlights. Mr. Rowe.
Thank you, Chair Mark. I have 3 highlights I would like to share this afternoon, beginning at the bottom of page 116 of your packet. The first highlight is titled Consumer Refunded in Full After Excessive Down Payment. A staff service analyst was able to mediate a complaint involving a Martinez homeowner who entered into a contract to have an accessory dwelling unit constructed in her backyard. The homeowner paid a $19,500 down payment, but no work was ever performed. After multiple attempts to have the contractor begin the project, the consumer filed a complaint with CSLB. The analyst was able to mediate a resolution where the contractor gave the homeowner a complete refund. Although the homeowner was very happy to get her money back, this case was still forwarded for further investigation to address the excessive down payment. This is a great example of our intake mediation center staff making a consumer financially whole while still addressing violations of contractor's license law. The next highlight is titled Contractor Caught Living and Drinking in ADU he was constructing. Living, drinking. It's located on the middle of page 119 of your packet. On April 5th, 2022, a homeowner contracted with a sole owner licensee, hereafter referred to as respondent, to build an ADU in Olympic Valley for $576,000. Before commencing work, the respondent requested and received a $50,000 down payment, 50 times the legal limit of $1,000. Work began on May 31st, 2022. Respondent was subsequently paid a total of $484,000 before abandoning the project. The homeowner later discovered that the respondent had been living in the partially constructed ADU and consuming alcohol. Another contractor was hired to secure the property and complete the work. An investigation was conducted by an investigator from the Sacramento South Investigation Center, which identified multiple violations, including abandonment, failure to complete project for the contract price, excessive down payment, and requesting and or accepting payment that exceeded the value of the work performed or materials delivered. A finance delivery of over $60,000 was established. An accusation was filed seeking revocation of the respondent's license. The respondent failed to file a notice of defense, and a default decision and order was issued on January 23rd, 2025, revoking the license. The respondent was ordered to reimburse $5,000 in investigative costs and pay $60,000 in restitution to the homeowner. This decision took effect on March 13, 2025. The last highlight I would like to share is at the top of page 120 and is titled Revoked Licensee Convicted by Jury and Sentenced to Jail. The extensive criminal activities and convictions of revoked licensee David Forkosh were noted at the June 13, 2025 CSLB board meeting. On July 30th, 2025, Forkosh was sentenced on one of his cases, and the court ordered 2 years incarceration but suspended the sentence. As a term of probation, he will serve 1 year in jail. He has been in jail since April and will remain in custody until he completes a sentence. If Forkosh is found to have violated probation at any time in the next 2 years, the court will automatically impose the 2-year sentence term. While Forkosh was in jail awaiting his sentencing for the San Mateo County case, a peace officer from our Special Investigations Unit conducted an additional investigation and discovered a new case based off phone calls Forkosh was making from jail, continuing to contract without a license. The case was referred to San Mateo County DA's office. The DA office filed charges against Forkosh that included willful and intentional use with intent to defraud, a contractor's license number, and contracting without a license. And this is a great example of our staff's commitment to work with prosecutors to address criminal acts. This concludes my highlights. I'll now hand it back to the Chair Mark.
Thank you, Steve. Continue on with the statistical update on page 116. Here is some staffing information on vacancy. Out of the total 228 positions within the enforcement division, there are currently only 26 vacant positions. This is considerably higher than usual due to the addition of 5 newly established special investigator positions and multiple staff retiring recently, including Deputy Chief of Enforcement Jesse Flores from Southern California, and Intake Mediation Center Program Manager Cynthia Cassandra, and Northern Investigation Center Manager Chu Ibarra. The recruitment process is underway to fill all of the vacancies. For 6 of the vacant positions, however, interviews have begun and conducted, and candidates have been selected. At the middle of page 121, you will find complaint statistics. For the period of January 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2025, a total of 9,689 complaints have been initiated. With current staffing levels, the optimum maximum enforcement division caseload is 4,895 pending complaints. As of June 30th, 2025, the pending caseload was 4,970. Staff service analysts assigned to the two CSLB intake mediation centers have done a remarkable job mediating consumer complaints. From January 1st, 2025, bless you, to June 30th, 2025, staff's efforts have resulted in $14.8 million in restitution to financially injured parties. Another board goal is to appropriately disposition all but 100 complaints within 270 days of receipt. As of July 10th, 2025, 277 complaints exceeded the 270 days of age. Enforcement supervisors continue to work closely with their staff and provide guidance during regular case strategy discussions and monthly case reviews in an effort to reduce the backlog of aged cases. You turn to the middle of page 122, you'll find information regarding CSLB sponsored arbitration and disciplinary action statistics. More than $2.3 million in restitution has been ordered to injured parties as a result of complaints being referred to CSLB arbitration. Next, I will provide a brief update on proactive enforcement, which is conducted by the 27 special investigators assigned to the SWIFT team, better known as Statewide Investigative Fraud Team. This information begins at the top of 124 of the packet. From January 4th, 2025 to June 30th, 2025, SWIFT conducted 10 undercover sting operations across the state, participated in 190 swoop days, and responded to 269 leads or tips received from industry and the public. Investigators closed 1,361 cases as a result of these operations, with 412 cases resulting in administrative or criminal legal action. Additionally, 532 advisory notices were issued for relatively minor violations. The number of sting operations conducted during the reporting period is considerably lower than usual due to the fact that SWIFT staff spent a considerable amount of time assigned to the discovery disaster recovery centers supporting survivors of the Southern California wildfires in Pasadena and Los Angeles between January and April. And lastly, as you turn to the top of page 126, you will see that the Enforcement Division's Experience Verification Unit has conducted 236 application investigations during the period of January 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2025. Of that total, 115 were verified or approved, 44 were pulled, 73 were denied, and 1 denied was appealed. Enforcement's targeted approach to application investigations is effective as demonstrated by more than 50% not approved. That includes the enforcement program statistical update. There's no information only, no action is required by the board. Does the board have any comments?
Just have one.
Sure.
This is so interesting. The Labor Enforcement Task Force, 72 contractors inspected, 61 kind of compliance, 85%. That's a pretty high rate of non-compliance. So it would work out. Hopefully they do more, compliance.
And the L Labor Enforcement Task Force is a joint operation. CSLB, the Department of Insurance, ELSC, Dominic Forest, Fellowship. Yeah, and it's a great team. Yeah. And what they do is it's when you get all the, and that's why it's so important when Register of Vote was talking about various MOUs in place, is trying to get those MOUs in place with these other agencies to better work within and share information between organizations. Because in the end, trying to tackle that underground economy is what we need to figure out, and that's what enforcement's going to be one thing, is consumer protection, tackle that underground economy. Any other board member comments? Ms. Love?
Mine is kind of a two-fold question. I know in listening and reading some of this, it's devastating the amount of money that consumers are losing based on the performance of contractors. And I know that we as CSLB members, we're trying to make the public aware by putting things on our website that, such as what to know before you hire a contractor. But as we know, every consumer doesn't go to our website prior to hiring a contractor. But I'm wondering if there are requirements that we as CSLB require of contractors when they apply to renew their license and different things that we require them to do. Can we, if we're not already doing it, can one of the requirements be that when contractors go to a consumer, that when they give them information, that they get a flyer saying, or something saying what to do prior to hiring a contractor? And then if a consumer complains to us, we can ask them, did the contractor provide you with that? And if they didn't, that could be grounds for an admonishment letter or some form of action. Is that something that we can do as a board? Is that within our scope? Because I think we have to do more. That's just a lot of money to be out of. And we've got to do more as a board to enlighten the public. And some of that responsibility to me should be on the contractors to inform the public of what their rules are and what they can and cannot do. I mean, $1,000, $50,000, that's a lot of money. I'm just wondering what we can do in the board.
You know, I just want to comment on that. One is we really need the support of our licensed professionals out there to be our ambassadors. If they could pass out material when they're bidding a job, that could be so helpful. They may not get the job, but at least the consumer would be aware of the contract payment restrictions that exist. You know, the second part of, second answer would be, could you mandate that they provide some type of material? If we already do that with the contract, you could have like a consumer notice we do in the solar industry. The problem we're faced with is that you don't get a lot of compliance, and we have limited enforcement resources here. So it's something that could be discussed. I mean, what we look at every day from a staff level is how best to use the resources we have. But it's critical that we get the word out to consumers to not provide or not pay these contractors large amounts of money before any work is performed or an equivalent amount of work is performed. We have to do all we can to educate the consumers that can make an informed decision.
Could it not be not necessarily handing out literature, but on the application process, it could be a question that says you as the contractor will provide information to the consumer that you don't have to do A, B, and C. And when they check that box, they're abiding by that they've given that information to the consumer. So therefore, when the consumer comes to us and have their complaint, we can look at the contract and say, well, you said you were going to do whatever it was, and you didn't. So therefore, we can be admonished or whatever we deem necessary.
Well, here's the reality of it. We're getting almost 1,300 consumer file complaints a month. And there's already a requirement in the home improvement contract, this information be given. And most contractors do not provide it. Now, the good news is that thanks a lot to John Kim, sitting to my left here, we now have a home improvement contract sample on our website. We got to get that out. Consumers need to be aware of the notice requirements that already exist, and our contractors need to be aware of it. And so, Steve had the resources. He could literally issue an administrative citation or an LOA on just about every consumer complaint he gets. Well, this is something that we could discuss further about how we can do a better job of getting that word out. But the reality is, many of our licensees doing home improvement, they're not complying with the laws that are already on the books. Now, I'm going to comment on that, Steve, with the home improvement contract. We're real excited about that. And I know he's going to, the supervisor meeting coming up, I think it's in October. And this is going to be something I really emphasize our field staff to pass out to contractors. We're investigating these complaints to let them know that they should be using this contract that has the notice requirements that you're talking about. Because if they don't, right now, probably most of them are just getting an advisory notice, I would think. We just absolutely don't. We have 100 people to handle 1,300 complaints a month. That's kind of the reality of it. And so we focus our resource on the most egregious complaints. But it's not that we can't have further discussion, and that's something when we have our committee meetings, that I think the Public Affairs Committee should absolutely look at. How can we do a better job of educating the public on how they can protect themselves? How can our industry associations help us by being ambassadors and passing out information? Anybody has a question there?
This will require a little bit of research on my part, but there was, in the early 2000s, there was a checklist for hiring contractors that had to be provided as part of the home improvement contract. And it was actually amended out of the law. It was 7159.3. It's still on the website. There's a checklist, but it was amended out when some of the disclosures that Dave was talking about were put into the actual contract itself. So there was what you're discussing did exist in the past, and it was replaced by a lot of the disclosures that are in the home improvement contract now.
Yeah, and I was here at the time when we had the home improvement certification. It was 10 questions we have to answer.
That's what it was.
It was 10 questions. And so one would think our our contractors would be able to answer 10 questions. The problem was they wouldn't do it. And so you wound up in a situation where you're not renewing the contractor's license. I think it was a 45% compliance rate. It was not the registrar at the time. I just remember doing all we could to try to gain compliance. And I remember the legislature and the registrar at the time saying, this is bad for the public because we have all these expired licensees. We have this non-compliance, and the legislature said, we're going to repeal this. This isn't going to stand because you can't have a 45% compliance rate. So it's really a challenge.
I agree with what you said, but the one thing that I have a problem with is, and you're talking about educating the public. The majority of the public does not go to our website. The majority of the average public has not even heard of the contractor state license board. When they get ready to have something done to their home, they go to the internet and look up places to go and hire people. So to me, the ownership has to be more on the contractor.
Well, I think one thing what's really, when tackling the underground economy is how many contractors that are unlicensed that are getting hired too. So it's like, these are just the bad apples that are licensed contractors. Think of all the ones that that are out there that aren't actually licensed, and they're getting, those are the ones that aren't even getting reporting because the consumers are actually not even reporting it because they're like, okay, my friend's uncle is doing this work, so. It's a twofold thing. We need to have more licensed contractors as well as what you're saying, educating the public.
I agree that the underground contractors is a problem, but the licensed contractors become out of problem because they're licensed. So that's why I'm saying the more ownership on them and us trying to make sure that they are letting consumers know. Because as I said, the general public does not even know about us and heard of us. I had never heard of us until I became part of us. Okay, so I'm just saying, and I research a lot of things, and when I talk to a lot of people and tell them about us, they have no clue what we even do. So it's about education. I understand that, but I still think that ownership needs to be on contractors who are soliciting business from the public that they solicit in a positive way, in a professional way, and in an honest way to get continued business and to stay in business. So.
Any other board comments? Okay, with that, the next agenda item is review and discussion of the multiple offender unit, which begins on page 127 of your packet. I'll now turn it back over to Chief Grove to discuss this item.
For some good news. For fiscal years 2018 to 2019 through 2023 or 2022 to 2023, CSLB saw a 176% increase in solar complaints with multiple complaints against the same contractors. To address the dramatic increase, CSLB established a multiple offender unit we refer to as MOU in the fall of 2023. The MOU focuses on early complaint disclosure and accelerated complaint handling process that provides the respondent with 30 days to resolve violations and change business practices or be subject to an accusation to suspend or revoke the contractor's license. By April 2025, the MOU had handled 1,359 complaints, closing 722, filing 22 accusations seeking revocation of the license, comprising 84 total complaints. Most of this work was carried out by a team of 2 retired annuitants and 1 full-time employee. While the MOU began with solar complaints, the unit recently expanded to include accessory dwelling unit complaints. This unit was permanently established in June of 2025, going from volunteer staff to department-approved positions within the CSLB organization chart. In June, the MOU added 2 full-time analysts, and the 3rd analyst just joined the unit on September 2nd, Robin. Recruitment for a full-time supervisor is underway with interviews scheduled for next week, so we're very excited about that. Recruitment for 3 full-time special investigators will take place as soon as we fill that supervisor position. So it's moving along real quickly to really bolster up this unit. Since the unit became permanent, the MOU has lowered the threshold for contractors to be investigated from 10 or more open complaints to 5 or more open complaints. This is huge. We're going to be focusing on a whole bunch more repeat offender contractors. As of August 25, 2025, 8 of the licensees subject to accusations filed by the MOU were revoked or placed on formal probation. These accusations collectively involved 29 complaints, an average of approximately 4 complaints per accusation. This has allowed the MOU to complete 377 investigations since January of 2025. And the significance of that is that it has decreased the caseloads in our intake mediation center, because these contractors that get identified for our multiple offender unit, they don't get the benefit of having their complaints mediated by our staff in the intake mediation center. The complaints go directly to the multiple offender unit. And it's also decreased our caseloads in our investigation centers by combining these complaints against a single contractor, having them all assigned to one investigator instead of spreading them all over across the state. So this has been in the works for a couple of years now, and it's finally coming to the point where it's going to be moving full steam ahead, and we're very excited about it. And that concludes my review and discussion regarding the multiple offender unit.
Thank you, Steve. Any board comments? I have a comment. Yes, this particular unit, by addressing these real bad apples and really highlighting them, will really help the intake of all the complaints and enforcement overall. So and by us expanding it and that shining star of Robin joining into this multiple offender unit, we're going to see these numbers increase as we go forward. So I appreciate that. And again, thank you, Stacy, for getting that funding for the 2 additional people for this unit. I think it's 2, right? So with that, I think Rachel will have comment.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing to what Steve was talking about. We talk about contractors that get a consumer complaint and they've taken an excessive deposit or they front-loaded the contract. Now, I want to be clear that we don't want that act to be repeated. So the first time could be an advisory notice, but if we continue to see additional complaints, that is a complaint that would go to the MOU, because we really do have a zero tolerance for a contractor that's front-loading a contract. That is a misdemeanor in this state. So that's why that unit can be very helpful, because once we see there's a pattern, then we get disclosure on the website right away. And so that's why you have trained staff that are looking at that. It's one thing to get just one complaint against a contractor that you could correct that business practice. It's another thing to see that you've got, in this case, 5 complaints at the same time. Goes to the MOU, get the disclosure on the website. We'll take a formal administrative action, and we can also make a referral to the DA. So that's why the MOU is so effective, but that's also the practice we want all of our field staff to implement. Or we've asked to implement.
Thank you. Any other board member comment? Seeing none, any comments from the public? Seeing none, back to you, Chair Glover.
Thank you. With that, we're going to go ahead and move on to action item G, licensing, and that is chaired by committee member Henry Matt, and he will provide that update. So Henry, please.
Thank you, Chair Garza. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Henry Matt III, 2025-26 Licensing Committee Chair, and I'm providing the Licensing Committee Testing Division update today with assistance from Licensing Chief Carol. The licensing section begins on page 129 of the board packet. So for the licensing and testing program update, agenda item G1, please turn to page 132 in the packet. Regarding applications, the table on page 132 indicates the number of applications received for the new licenses, additional classifications, replacing qualifiers, and home improvement salespersons. As you can see, CSLB received over 12,000 applications in the last quarter, which is labeled May to June, but actually covers May through July. Over 5,000 of these May to July applications were for new licenses. A quick update on the NASPA trade exam waiver that the board voted on in March. Yeah, you may recall the board voted to allow out-of-state candidates with 5 or more years of licensure in good standing to waive the BE General Building Trade exam that they passed the NASPA Commercial Buildings exam. So far, CSLB has received 15 NASPA exam transcripts, 8 licensing applications, and 1 new license has been issued based on a NASPA trade waiver. The rest are still working to meet the other licensure requirements. Another important announcement is that North Carolina has signed a formal reciprocity agreement for the BE General Building and C2 residential remodeling trades as of the beginning of August. On page 133, you can see that all of our processing times are still close to or under 3 weeks. The exam applications unit had a number of absences and were at 4 weeks, but have worked with cross-trained staff from other units to bring their processing times back down. In addition, personnel are working with DCA to request 2 limited-term program technician 3 positions for this unit. Staff have worked very hard to keep up with the increase in applications during the first half of 2025. As seen in the table on page 134, over 50,000 applications were received in fiscal year 2024-2025. Staff processed and issued more than 24,000 licenses and 19,000 are still pending, which means they are working through the licensure process. 6,000 applications did go away in fiscal year 2024-25. Staff have refined their research techniques and determined that approximately 15% have applications returned for corrections that they never provided. 18% were posted for their exams. I'm sorry, 18, is that right? 18% were posted for their exams but never scheduled their tests. 36% did not pass their exams, and another 15% did not meet their issuance requirements. In order to reduce these numbers, staff are programming letters to be sent to candidates to remind them to schedule their exams and remind them of their issuance requirements if there is no activity on their application within a certain number of days. As seen on page 135, CSLB received over 31,000 renewal applications in the last quarter. This is up from the previous quarter, but this is typical for the spring season. In addition, staff report that close to 70 contractors were survivors of the LA fires, took advantage of the governor's executive order to defer the renewal fees for a year. Staff will begin contacting them in November with instructions on how to pay the deferred fees. Page 138 details the work done by criminal background unit staff. A little over 40,000 DOJ records were received in 2024, and about 5,700 of them had a court report associated with them. Many of these were DUIs and misdemeanors from long ago, but staff still checked into every court report received to make a determination. The fingerprinting requirements is very effective as a deterrent. When people review the criminal background requirements on the website, they are able to determine if they will be able to be licensed and choose not to apply if they know their application won't go through licensure. Page 140 summarizes the work of the Adjournment season. Almost 30 million more has been reimbursed to tech agencies and the public into calendar year 2024 than it was in the year before. Staff are up to date but to up-to-date processing judgments, outstanding liabilities, and bond payment plans. I will now turn it over to Carol Gagnon, Licensing Chief, for the testing program update.
Thank you, Amy, and thank you for reading through that very complex information that I gave you. Good afternoon. For the testing update, please turn to page 142 in your board packet. As seen on the table on page 143, CSLB had a record-breaking year with over 58,000 exams being administered by PSI, our outsourced test vendor, between August 2024 and July 2025. 95 of these exams were taken in the Wilsonville, Oregon Test Center, and 142 were administered in out-of-state test centers. As indicated on page 144, the Exam Development Unit released one updated exam between May and July 2025, the C23 Ornamental Metal Trade. In addition, 5 more item banks are complete and they're being programmed at PSI for a new release date. The Exam Development Unit has 9 additional exams that are currently undergoing the exam development process right now. The Exam Development Unit also received their new Title 24 California Building Codes and will be updating all of the code-based item banks in the next 6 months. So if you are volunteered as a subject matter expert, you're probably going to hear from us for a workshop soon to do an interim workshop. As mentioned on page 145, staff are continuing to work with our engineering students and PSI to digitize the booklets for our exams. Currently, all of CSLB's exams, except for law and business, require a booklet of blueprints, charts, graphs, other materials to answer some of the questions on the exam. These are laminated books that are kept at the test centers in secure storage and used just for CSLB exams. Staff are digitizing these booklet items so they can be stored in PSI's computers and used on screen by candidates during their exams. Each new question is being pre-tested as it is developed with its associated graphics. The C15 flooring and floor covering is the first completely digitized exam. It has been pre-tested over the last 6 months, and it was released earlier this week through out-of-state test centers so that you can now take the C15 nationwide as you can with a law and business exam. Other trades will follow once pre-testing is complete. Over time, this will save CSLB money on laminating and shipping booklets and increase exam security. The Spanish exam update begins on page 145. This is part of CSLB's ongoing efforts to reduce language barriers for applicants and licensees, part of Licensing Strategic Plan Item 1.1. Between August 2024 and July 2025, over 11,000 Spanish exams were taken by CSLB candidates. New Spanish language exams for the B General Building and C36 Plumbing have also been released to the test centers in the past 3 months. CSLB staff have also translated the translator form and letter for candidates who request other trade exams in Spanish that haven't been translated yet. In addition, instructions for completing the hazardous substance removal certification application were translated and added to the website, and the instruction for the original application and waiver application are translated and are waiting for programming to be added to the website as well. Staff are also still translating additional letters. Yesterday, some of the licensing and testing staff were honored for their work on the translated exams and translated letters. Thank you very much, Miguel, and their continuing efforts. And Miguel, did you want to say a few words about them?
Yes, it's a fantastic thing. So what became evident was these translators came to the conclusion that some of the languages, some of the Spanish translation is being done in European Spanish.
Yeah. Found out the hard way.
You have to say that Mexican Spanish is any better, but there is, an inflection and the dialect is different. And so they were able to go back and use Latin American Spanish. I forget they use Northern Spanish. Okay. I would not be good. But they got to it, and the other very unique thing that I thought was, they speak Spanish, they read Spanish, but they learn in the field in English. They're not taught the name of the equipment in Spanish. They know it as an English word. So when they were taking the test, they wouldn't recognize what it was. So the young lady thought of a toggle to go from Spanish to English on a tool, so that they can, that's what it is. And so that's, they went from, what were the percentages again? There was a 10% increase.
10% increase in the pass rate just by introducing the Spanish exams, additional 6% once they put that toggle option into place. So now In every Spanish exam, you can see your question in Spanish, but you can toggle and see an additional version in English, so you can read the tools and equipment in English and in Spanish, whichever language you're more comfortable with.
Total of 60%.
Yes.
Yeah. Very fast. So the staff will learn those technology. Okay.
So now I will turn it back to Henry to ask for comments.
Yeah, I'd just like to add to that, as we continue to learn more about how we can be more impactful, specifically with this group, that we listen, to their feedback and help it to improve in more effective ways. So yes, great work at HJ. The numbers reflect that. So great work to the staff. I'd like to open it up for any comments from the board. All right, seeing that, any from the public? And from the public, I'm going to turn it back to you for the survey.
All right. So our next item on our agenda is the applicant survey. This is agenda item G2. It begins on page 147 of your packet. Since March of 2020, testing division staff have been circulating a monthly online survey to individuals who recently received their license. The purpose of this survey is to assess the applicant's satisfaction with the whole licensure process. The survey includes 12 questions related to the licensure process, and 6 new questions were added in October 2024 to gather demographic data on CSLB's licensed population. These 6 questions asked about education and experience, race and ethnicity, age, gender, disabilities, and military service. A Spanish version of the applicant survey is also circulated along with the original English survey. The Spanish survey is currently being sent to individuals who either took a Spanish law and business and or one of the Spanish trade exams, and they selected those exams. So we're sending them the Spanish survey. A total of 15,342 surveys were emailed within the last year, and 1,653 responses were received. So 11%, which is pretty good for a survey. For the licensure portion of the survey, all the questions had high-level agreements. The highest positive responses were, I was treated courteously by CSLB's representatives, which makes your licensing chief very proud. And that was 92%. And I am satisfied with the service provided by CSLB at 90%. Interestingly, only 57% of candidates use CSLB study guides to prepare for their exams. 59% use our law book, and 46% use CSLB's website. Now, as for the demographic questions, the answers are based on only 10 months of data, because we only have been collecting them for 10 months. So next year is going to be even more interesting when I've got more to tell you about. So this may draw, maybe not completely true, licensing as a whole, but licensing within the last 12 months. So 11% of our new licensees did not complete high school. 46% have a high school diploma. 18% went to trade school, and 16% did an apprenticeship. 32% of them have 6 to 15 years of experience within their trade. 11% have more than 26 years of experience in their trade. 55% of CSLB's new licensees identify as Hispanic or Latino. 37% identify as white or Caucasian, and 38% earned their license between the age of 36 and 45 years old. 94% of our new licensees identified as male. 2% considered themselves as a person with a disability, and 2% stated that they were a military veteran, a widow or widower of a veteran, or a spouse of a disabled veteran. Now, the rest of this report is in the board packet and can be read in its entirety there. I'll turn it back to Henry to ask for comments and report on the results of the consumer satisfaction survey for the last year.
Thank you, Chief Carroll, for that comprehensive report out. Appreciate it. Are there any comments from the board? None. Any comments from the public? All right. Moving on, we'll go to our consumer satisfaction survey annual summary. So the consumer satisfaction survey agenda, item G3, begins on page 173 of your packet. The consumer satisfaction survey report is based on surveys of individuals who have filed complaints with CSLB's enforcement division against licensed or unlicensed contractors. These surveys assess the public's satisfaction with CSLB's handling of their complaints. As can be seen on page 175, in the last year, surveys were mailed to a little over 10,000 complainants, and staff received replies from 1,100, or 11%. Table 1 on page 176 indicates that for the 8 satisfaction questions on the survey, 5 measures showed an increase from the previous fiscal year. 2 decreased and 1 remained at the same level as before. The 9th question on the survey asked for respondent inquired about the status of the license with CSLB before hiring the contractor. 46% of the respondents said they had. The highest level of agreement on the first 8 questions was for the question about being treated courteously at 72%. The second highest level of agreement was regarding being contacted promptly, with 66% of the respondents agreeing to this question. 58% of the respondents said they understood the outcome of their case, and 48% were satisfied with the service provided by CSLB. Going into more detail, agreement with question 1. CSLB contacted me promptly after I filed my complaint, increased by 3% this year. Enforcement is pilot testing a new process that have faith would address more quickly, and this seems to be having a positive effect. Agreement with questions 2 and 3, procedures for investigating, recruiting, explained, and CSLB kept me informed during the process, also increased slightly. The agreement with question 4, I've been treated courteously by CSLB representative, decreased slightly this year. However, during the year, the average caseload for each investigator increased. CSLB is set up to handle 1,100 cases each month, but has received an average of 1,300. The new multiple offender unit that the board approved will reduce some of the caseload by addressing contractors with multiple complaints. So each complaint doesn't get assigned to a separate investigator, but is handled by this unit to ensure the surety contractor has improved the business model or an administrative action is taken when appropriate. The agreement with question 5 and my complaint was processed in a timely manner, and question 6, I understand the outcome, also both increased over the past year. Agreement with question 7, the action taken was appropriate, remained the same, and in agreement with question 8, decreased slightly. I understand that enforcement is taking steps to address these issues. Enforcement Chair Mark, would you like to address some of these questions?
Sure. As with any survey, you just got to remember it represents a person, a consumer of the state of California. And so big picture enforcement takes this all very seriously. We try to do everything we can to make sure that the consumer complaints are done in a proper manner. Unfortunately, sometimes things take time, right? So that's just how things work. And I think what shows is almost every one of the ticks, so the questions have improved year over year. So that's showing that enforcement staff is improving. CSLB staff have addressed these issues as well by adding more resources to the website for consumers used when dealing with a contractor. There's now a sample home improvement contract on the website for contractors to use. That's what we spoke about earlier. Really making sure that the down payment is within limits, and for consumers to read to see what they should expect in their own contract. In addition, a sample letter has been provided in both English and Spanish of a demand letter. And then this will help the consumer to clearly state in writing what their concerns are about the progress of the job, what they would like to be corrected, and what they would like the contractor to respond. This provides clear communication to the contractor regarding the issues and documents that the consumer has notified them to upfront concerns. It is my understanding that CSLB enforcement is going to address the information gathered in the survey by taking a number of steps in the next year that include taking an active role in rebuilding the DCA enforcement training program. Step 2, ensuring customer service training is provided when needed, and reviewing the customer satisfaction survey comments to determine if more internal changes or website additions will help consumers with the process. And then lastly, assessing the results of the case handling pilot test in San Bernardino's field office to see if these procedures can be expanded to other offices. During the past year, CSLB staff has also conducted an extensive audit of case closures in each field office to determine if there are improvements that can be made or staff training to be better serving the consumers. I'm happy to work with our new Chief Deputy Registrar, Estella, to address these ideas. And with that, thank you, Henry. back to you.
Thanks, Mr. Omar. So for the full report, please look into your board packet. So now it's going to ask for any comments from the board.
Question. You mentioned down payments within the limits. Is that something that's going to be added to this survey questions, or is there more questions that are just not on this page?
That I mentioned that because that is something that's already within like for home improvement law, but what
It's under a new sample contract that we have on our webpage now.
But when you, this survey questions to go out to folks, right?
I think the actual survey questions.
Yeah, those are the actual survey
Can we
questions.
add, is this an appropriate place to add that question, or are they being told about the down payments within the limits? See if it's a yes or no, just for the sense of the survey.
Well, I guess the question is where is the survey created? Is it within licensing or is it public affairs that does the actual survey? That's the
Within
question.
testing. It's been within testing since 1993. Yeah.
So licensing. So maybe Carol can better answer.
Yeah.
Manuel's question.
So is that the Carol? Is that something that question can be added?
It's possible. I am not sure if this survey was created by law or regulation, or if it was just created in response to one. So I'm not sure how much flexibility we have in adding questions, but we will definitely look into it and see.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Luck. Any other questions from the board? Any public comment? Seeing none, we conclude the report on licensing and testing update. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Henry. And with that, we'll move on to our final agenda item for this meeting before we go into closed session. Section H, Public Affairs. Going to turn it over to Ms. Love to discuss the Public Affairs meeting.
Thank you, Chair Delgado. Before I go into the public affairs report, I want to circle back to one thing. I want to circle back to legislation just for a moment and thank Rebecca for providing us with that one-page cheat sheet and copies of the bills. That is tremendous information, I believe. I know it was for me, and I'm hoping that it was for all of you. And I don't believe that's ever been done for us. So I just want to say thank you for doing that. And then the second thing is, I'm not sure if it falls under public affairs or not, maybe, but there's a saying that says if it's not broken, don't fix it. And I want to acknowledge the fact of the pens that we were given today. And at one point, I recall that we discussed changing our logo and all that, and I was not for that. And I am pleased that it has not been changed, and we have been given these pens. I'm very proud to wear this pen. It signifies the things that all the contractors do within everything. So I just want to say thank you to whoever did it. I'll give credit to the chair and to Dave. So unless they don't want to take it, but I just want to say thank you. If you want to tell us why and who did this and.
Well, it's actually Miguel's, the chair's idea, and then I ordered them. Combination on them. So we actually ordered 500 of them. So after this board meeting, we're going to distribute them to all CSLB staff.
Okay.
I'm excited to do that.
Well, thank you. I picked the right two people to give credit to then. So with that being said, I'll go into the report. So again, I'm Diana Love, and I'm the Public Affairs Committee Chair. And I will now share the update starting on page 192. The Public Affairs Office, or PAO, is responsible for media, industry, license, and consumer communications, as well as outreach. They provide proactive public relations, respond to media inquiries, and develop and distribute publications and newsletters. PAO creates content for CSLB's social media channels and website, including webcasts and videos. PAO continues to provide outreach and support to those affected by devastating wildfires and sweep through Southern California in January. On Saturday, September 13th, Information Officer Natalie Rosenberger will Participate in a virtual disaster recovery workshop with the Los Angeles County Public Works called Rebuilding with a Licensed Contractor. During the workshop, we'll provide key tips for choosing the right contractor, including ensuring the contractor follows home improvement contract rules regarding payment restrictions. Other recent disaster efforts have included regular posts on social media about rebuilding, along with revisiting the rebuilding after a disaster fast facts to be more user-friendly for survivors. CSLB also maintained a toll-free disaster hotline Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Recent calls have included questions about postponing renewal payments and how contractors can assist in the rebuild. We also recently received a call from a survivor about tips for hiring a licensed contractor for their rebuild. On page 194, you'll see how PAO is increasing CSLB's following on social media. CSLB maintains an active presence on Facebook, Instagram, X, and LinkedIn. The most popular post on Facebook was posted in May and had information about a CSLB scheme targeting unlicensed contractors in Bakersfield. PAO also issued a press release covering this sting operation and responded to 14 media inquiries between May and the end of July. On page 199 shows the outreach events CSLB attended between July and April, showing events around the state. On the same page, you will see a list of publications and reports CSLB completed between May and July. This includes steps to becoming a licensed contractor, building after a disaster, 10 tips to make sure you're licensed, 10 tips to make sure your contractor measures up, and what seniors should know before hiring a contractor. These publications and others were published in English and Spanish. The Public Affairs Office also writes and publishes content for internal communications. Beginning on page 200, you will see a list of the intranet articles PAO produced between May and July, which included highlights of Chair Miguel Galarza's visit to the San Francisco Investigative Center, his first official stop as chair, and CSLB staff honored with DCA's Superior Accomplishment Awards, among others. On page 202, you'll see that CSLB's Public Information Center has maintained wait times under the board goal of 6 minutes. This is an informational item and no action is required of the board. Are there any board member comments? Seeing none, any comments from the public? Seeing none, this concludes the agenda item. And next, we'll hear from Chief of Public Affairs, Catherine White. She has an update on CSLB's new Senior Scam Stopper Seminar video, now available to the public. Catherine?
Let's wait momentarily until I've done its spiel and then we'll pass it on. Okay? Thank you, Chair West. This video, a collaboration between Outreach Coordinator Bureau Hall and Health Specialist Amy Lawrence, was published 1 month ago. We won't show you the entire 10 minutes, but did want to show you a short example showing some of the information we're sharing with seniors at our live events and in this video. The whole video has also been added to the Senior Scam Stopper page on the CSLB website. And Louis, if you could then turn on the sound for Dave to play the video, please.
Today, I will be teaching you how to avoid home improvement scams.
All right, let's start again. Here we go.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kira Hall, and I am the Outreach Coordinator at the Contractors State License Board. And today, I will be teaching you how to avoid home improvement scams and construction fraud in California and how to be an informed consumer. Let's get started. So at the Contractors State License Board, we license contractors to work in the state of California by regulating the construction industry. When we regulate the construction industry, we're in turn able to protect consumers like you from fraud and scams. So I'm going to be talking about why seniors are often targeted in construction scams. I'm going to discuss scam tactics, what you should know before hiring a contractor, what to know about construction jobs, file a complaint and check a license, and I will go over senior resources. Let's discuss how to avoid common construction scams. Don't answer your door to strangers. It's okay to say no if there's someone on your property or at your door that you're not expecting. You're not required to speak to them. It's okay to have boundaries and say no. It's advised not to make cash payments. When you make a cash payment to a contractor, that's not a traceable payment, which means that it can make, for scammers, it a lot easier for them to take your money. Projects priced at $1,000 or more, labor and materials included, require a contractor to be licensed. So for those of you who may hire a handyman, a plumber, or maybe a landscaper to do routine yard maintenance, these are examples of smaller jobs that can sometimes fall under the $1,000 limit. When this is the case, those handymen or contractors do not need to be licensed. But for any job at $1,000 or higher, that does require that they have an active California contractor's license. Make sure you get the entire contract and everything in
Where's it coming from? I think it was because the sound has been on in the service, huh?
Once again.
With that, I will have something about to say for any board or public comment. Are there any board or comments?
Well, I want to see video because it's, as my public affairs person told me, I have a senior stammer in October. I totally forgot about it. So I'm hoping that I can utilize that video and save me a vocal cords a little bit and just field the questions that inevitably. But so I'm looking forward to utilizing that tool, that we have a consistent, concise message to give to the public. So thank you for that video. Yeah, we have something that can use statewide. When you don't have somebody in person, right?
Well, I had the pleasure of going to one of those senior centers, and I think I had a video, and it was very well accepted. I think I was in Pasadena, and it was very well accepted. So I think it's important that we have a video, but that you have spoken words as well. Sure they'll be very receptive to have the chair. So look forward to seeing the video. And with that, any other comments from the board? Any comments from the public? Seeing none, I'll turn it back to Chair Gillard.
Thank you so much. And with that, we are going to close this open session and move to closed session. Go take a 5-minute break. We'll probably temporarily adjourn.